All right, 45 minutes to go before first race post time here in Summerside tonight on this Friday night. A little bit of cloud rolling into the city area right now. 15-race program, and we will do a race announcer reunion tonight, Peter. That's going to take place on the card tonight, too.
Yeah, it's going to be a great night. We've got lots of former Summerside announcers that will be calling a race tonight. We'll also have them on the desk to interview them. And we've got a great card as well tonight. The Andrew Perry Memorial Open Trotters tonight and 15- card. So sets up to be a great Friday night in Summerside.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
150 years. Race Day live from Redshores, Summerside, celebrating 150 years of racing at Summerside, presented by Lobster Carnival and Raceway Days, along with Red Shores. And there is the first clip we're going to give you tonight. It's up, it's new, it's all part of history here. And it's Arbitrage Hanover, Peter, and the track record sign of 150-3. Ken Murphy doing the driving last Sunday in the Governor's Plate elimination. And his dad, Clifford Murphy, is the trainer, and what a moment that was.
Sure was, Lee. And again, we had a great week so far here in Summerside. We've had track records, like you mentioned. The track record here, Arbitrage Hanover, 150-3. We tied the mayor's record, Lady Cafe au Lait, 153-1. That's the pacing mayor's record. And last night, Woodmere Dougal, 55-1, 2-year-old pacing colt record here in Summerside. So it's been a great week so far.
Yeah, a great week so far, and we've had a lot of action here tonight. 15 races on the program tonight. We got stakes action, of course. We got the Andrew Perry Memorial, and we do have something special tonight, Peter. It's the race announcers reunion.
Yeah, we've talked about this for a long time. Looking forward to this. We're going to bring back some announcers from the past. They'll each call a race, and also we'll bring them onto the desk and talk to them about how they got started in the industry and some of their favorite calls. So again, we'll do that throughout the program.
All right, so we have some equipment and program changes and the track conditions, and of course the history here in Summerside involves this guy right here, 40 years plus in the booth, and he gets a call, plate 58, and boy, the excitement is building, Vance, and good evening to you.
Thank you, Lee and Peter, and I'm looking forward for tonight, hearing some voices of the past here in Summerside. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program, event number 13 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius is the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Dylan Elaine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race tonight, number 1, All Bets on Lee, adds a martingale. Turning over to race number 2, the 7 entry, Ocean View Elsa, removing the ear hood. Turning over to race number 3, the number 8 horse Shine Runner. The driver tonight will be Jason Hughes. Jason Hughes now drives number 8 Shine Runner in the third. Turning over to race number 4, the 5 horse A Little Zesty will go from a blind bridle to blinkers. Turning over to race number 5, the first Super High Fly. Number 4, James Rains has a chart line not showing. 14th July here in Summerside, fast tracks going from post 5. And finished second was race timed in 1:59-2, driven by Dana Sweet. Also in the 5th race, number 9, Mark It Up, adding a 4-ring overcheck. Turning over to race number 6. In the 6th race, scratch number 4, Zendaya's Moonshine. Race 6, scratch number 4, Zendaya's Moonshine. Next change, go to race number 8. In the 8th race, scratch number 8, Whole Nother. Race 8, scratch the 8 horse, Whole Nother. Next change, go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 3, Starship Destiny has a chart line not showing. From the 14th of July here in Summerside on the fast track. Scoring from post 5 and finished 4th. Was race timed in 1:58, driven by Jason Hughes. Turning over to race number 12. In the 12, scratch number 1, Nevaeh Divine. Race 12, scratch number 1, Nevaeh Divine. Turning over to race number 13. The number 5 entry, Salisbrook Desi. The driver tonight will be Paul Langell. Paul Langell drives number 5, Salisbrook Desi, in the 13th. Turning over to race number 14. Number 6, Malevolent, adding earplugs. That will wrap up the changes on tonight's 15 race presentation. The Parmutual Wickets, they're open and they are selling. And you have 24 minutes to make your first race decisions with the opening post time at 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguid Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Say
Race Day Live.
So here we are back in Summerside for the pregame here tonight. 15-race program. We're working on a fast track tonight, and it is 19 degrees, so a little cooler than we've had, and we do have the wind. But in our broadcast location here, thankfully, Peter, we don't have a lot of the wind in this location here. We talked about the race announcers reunion night tonight, and what a night it's going to be. We have some here and guests in the house, and then we have Greg Blanchard and Sugar Doyle going to be remotely taken in tonight to do their race calls. So we lead it off with Vance Cameron, of course. Some great history here over the years, some memory calls. Greg Blanchard, Shannon Sugar Doyle, and Kevin Boomer Gallant is here in the house tonight as well, and he'll be doing a call on this program.
Yeah, we do have a slate. Again, Alan McDonald also will join us tonight. He already dropped by. He's excited about coming on with an interview here tonight. Joey Mills, he'll be here as well, and Rocky Skirman, we know him very well. He's a colleague of ours. He's very excited about this, and he'll be calling race number 3 tonight. So, yeah, we've talked about it a lot. It's an exciting promotion here. It's a part of Governor's Plate Week and celebrating 150 years of racing in Summerside.
Yeah, and a shout out to Rocky there. A great story today in the Guardian. It was front page when I landed at the office this morning, staring right up at me on the front page of the newspaper was Rocky Skirman, and a great story about his history here with this racetrack and all the different jobs that he's done.
A lot of things.
Yes,
Owner, trainer, driver. He's into the broadcast. He was a charter at one point. So it was a very interesting story, and congrats to Rocky on a real nice piece this morning.
All right, so we're leading up to the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. It's the 58th running. Boy, a lot of history in this great race. And wow, I was talking to Jim Whalen earlier today on the way up to the broadcast location here, and he was saying what a deep field of talent that we have here and assembled. And it's been that way all week long, actually. Track records with stake stars and overnights and you name it. But let's have a look at the field here for the Governor's Plate 58 that comes your way tomorrow night. Now, that new post time is at 5 o'clock. And here we go. Get Wings, who will get the pole for tomorrow night. Paul Langell gets the call to drive from trainer Vaughn Doyle. Mickey Shan, who was the winner last year, Peter, picks up Corey McPherson. Of course, he also picked up the Gold Cup and Saucer, but he was the Governor's Plate winner. B2B with Jason Hughes leaves from post 3, and Ammo will leave from post 4 for Mark Campbell.
Yeah, Mark has 5 Governor's Plates, so he's looking for another one. 5 is JMR Speakaway, and that's Gilles Barrio tomorrow night. Gilles has the most Governor's Plates with 6, so he's looking to add to his total. 6 will be Doc Awesome, the local Summerside horse. Great story this year. Adam Murner drives from post 6. The Tulsa King is 7. Back on PEI, had a couple of big wins. He's 7 tomorrow night for Mike McGuigan, and Arbitrage Hanover, of course, who set the new track record here in Summerside on Sunday for Kenny Murphy. The new record now 150-3. They're post 8. So, yeah, shapes up to be a great race tomorrow night.
Yeah, and the Hardys are so excited with that track record, and we worked on it right away and got the production team at Delmac. They did a great job of getting that up, and results marketing as well, getting it designed, and we got it up on the track here tonight as well. So there you go, Governor's Plate 58, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. 11 minutes to go before first race post time here tonight, and we'll be back. We'll also bring in the paddock cam for you, and it's brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls. More to come from race day. So 9 minutes to go before first race post time here, and there's the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam here in Summerside, and the selections for race number 1. We have the one horse, All Bets on Lee, with an equipment change, adds the Martingale. That's on the equipment card here tonight off the rail. And Peter, you're leaning with the 6 Staggerette in here.
Yeah, Staggerette, 3-year-old filly by Stag Party here for Corey McPherson, who does the training and the driving. Do like this horse. She's been racing well this year, 5 wins from 7 starts, so we're going to put her on top. 3, I'll mock the money, going to be up front, I think, here with the post position today for Barrio. Has been racing well, 2 wins already this year. And the 2, rounding it out with Fernhill Cream for Brody McPhee. So 6-3-2 seems unanimous here in the first.
Yeah, it is. Post-time picks matching that, and along with the classifier along the bottom there, 6, 3, and 2. The horses will be rolling here shortly out of the paddock, and we'll be waiting for John Power, our paddock judge, to give them the signal to start rolling. And we'll be out in the track and pick up the action here in Summerside.
First of 8 division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old filly Pacers on the first race parade. All Bets on Lee, number 1, owned by Roger Acoin of Fatima, Quebec. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. Fernhill Cream 2 is owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. I'll Mock the Money, number 3, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Jill Barrio trains and drives. 4, Luna Bets, owned by Clarissa Maher, Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Rennison, Jason Hughes. 5 is Salzbrook Fancy, owned by Jordan McKay of French River and John Mellenbacher of Oakville, Ontario, trained by Chris McKay, Adam Murner. Staggerette 6, owned by Kick and Horse Stable, William Andrew and Christy Andrew. Corey McPherson, the trainer-driver. Redland Rain number 7, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Don McNeil Jr. Earl Watts is the conditioner. Mark Campbell drives. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Summerside, PEI. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee are at the HBI broadcast desk with the start of the Isle Pick 5.
Well, that's right, Vance. I'll Pick 5 kicks off tonight, as it does every card, and the winner of the 5 races in a row, starting in race 1, the low 15% takeout, and that guarantee pool at $2,000. It's been a popular play, Peter, since we've announced that and rolled it into our wagering menu here, and a lot of folks like to get in on it.
Both tracks, Lee. It's been very popular in Summerside, also in Charlottetown, and yes, since we introduced it, a lot of people playing.
All right, so the PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division. They're going for a purse of $9,550, and we've just landed on the 6. This is Staggerette, Corey McPherson, training and driving here for the Kick and Horse Stable. William Andrew and Christy Andrew. Had a great chat to Christy not long ago about this filly here, and she's really putting in a great season here. 3-year-old filly by Stag Party with only 2 starts in 2025, but she has really come on her own this year. 5 wins and 2 seconds from 7 start speed.
7 for 7 in the top 3. Over 22,000 already this year. Record of 55 and 3. 3 back at Truro in the Turner. Went to the front for Corey. Right down the highway. Nice win in Truro. 58 and 2, 28 and 4. Then to Inverness in the Pinckney. Left 2. Little traffic trouble, but able to clear, and then went on to win by open lengths. 57 and 2, 29 and 1. Last time out, little tougher trip in Truro in the Stanville. Had to leave 6. You can see outside middle part of the mile. Ended up second. Still raced well. Serenity now won it. Staggerette second. 56, 28 and 1. She's put together a real nice year. Has a big shot here tonight, 2-1.
Under 2 to go here in the opening tonight in Summerside, all part of a 15 pack, and there's a look at the 3. This is Al Mak Damani. Gilles Barrio driving. He's also the trainer here for David Lund out of Moncton, New Brunswick. Had some great horses over the years. This 3-year-old by DePago Kays here. And returns to stake action. She has the fastest charted mile throughout the group when she finished 3rd in 55 and 1. And she looks good scoring down here for Barrio.
I think she'll be up into the action here tonight with the post position and Gilles in the bike. She had a good year last year. 4 wins from 7 starts. 57 and 4. Like you mentioned, the one 4 down there. 3rd, 55 and 1. 28 seconds to close it out. And then last time out, in Charlottetown, that 3 to 5 class, left 4 and was a winner by 3 and change, 56 and 2, 28 and 4. She looked good winning that night. So again, the post position key here tonight. Good spot for Al Mak Damani, 2-1.
Well, the most famous sound in horse racing, there it is. And they're getting closer to the start here in race number 1. There's a look at the 2. This is Fern Hill Cream. Coming in the action here for Brody McPhee. We'll do the driving for trainer Tom Weatherby and Peter Smith, along with Gerald Morrissey. They've had some great horses over the years as well. And this filly finished 4th, Peter, in the Stanfield at Truro. On the move early there, just faded in the stretch. Jaws back inside tonight. And that's a really healthy price at 18 to 1.
You know what? She's 5 for 8 this year already in top 3, so racing pretty well. up over 13,000 in the bank, 56 the record here in Summerside. 2 back Inverness in the pink, and he raced really well in the front for Brody. Was a nice winner over there by 3 and change, 59. But look at the last quarter. It was snappy, 27 and 3. And then Detroit, like you mentioned in the Stanfield, 4th there, 57 and 1 to Serenity Now, who's a real nice filly. So again, this horse, a good spot to work from. And when you look at the numbers, I think she may be able to finish 3rd here tonight. So Fernhill Cream, 70 to 1.
So we mentioned the equipment change on the 1. All bets on Lee. Adds a Martingale in for this assignment. There's a look at the 5 right now. Salzbrook, Fancy, Murner, and McKay teaming up here. The folks tuned in from Alberta. Nice to have you tuned in to the Race Day Show. HPI promotions for players across the country all this week at Summerside. Make sure you opt in. You can check that out at hpibet.com. Countdown clock's in for the opener. Justin Darash, the starter, calls them in. Scotty McKendrick at the wheel of the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And we'll go upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
First of 8 division of the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old filly Pacers in town tonight. All bets on Lee, Fernhill Cream, All Mock the Money, Luna Bets, Salzbrook Fancy, Staggerette, Redland Rain on the outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Post time. Off and facing Fernhill Cream, the first call. All Mock the Money is second at the rail. All bets on the lead third. Racing from 4th into the turn is Salzbrook Fancy. Staggerette comes up 5th. Away in 6, Luna Bits, and the trailer. That is Redland Rain. The quarter pole bound. We got a battle on the front end here. Fernhill Cream, All Mock the Money. How's about a brouhaha here on Friday night? Wow. They're to it and at it. At it and to it here in the opener. McPhee giving the cold shoulder to Berrio off a 27 and 3 opener. Boom! Just like that, it's showtime early tonight here in Summerside. Fernhill Cream demanded the lead, and she's got it. She'll put All Mock the Money in the 2-hole. All bets on Lee all alone third. Here comes Staggerette 4th. 5th is Salzbrook Fancy. Moving into 6th, Redland Rain trailing the field. Luna Bets halfway home in the opener in 56 and 3. Over to the 5/8 next. Fernhill Cream, the serious leader. I'll Mock the Money is second. All Bets on Lee third. Staggerette is coming fourth. Fifth, that's Salisbrook Fancy back into sixth. Redland Rain. Luna Bets the trailer. They arrive at three quarters, led by Fernhill Cream. Staggerette on the outside. Now second. I'll Mock the Money at the rail third. The three quarters in 1:26 and 2. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. And Fernhill Cream is still there. Staggerette on the outside second. I'll Mock the Money third. All Bets on Lee on the far outside. Upset Minded. Deep stretch now. And here's I'll Mock the Money and Perio to open it up. Second, that'll go to Fernhill Cream. Rallying up third. All Bets on Lee. Time for the mile in 1:55.4.
All right, Peter, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the opener here tonight. They were swinging early between the two, Fernhill Cream and I'll Mock the Money, and it was Barrio and the three getting up even money odds to get it done.
Hard ball early tonight between the 2 and the 3, Fernhill Cream and I'll Mock the Money. Joe wanted front. Brody said no. He decides to cut it to 27 and 3, 56 and 3. Long first over for Staggerette. She gets to Fernhill Cream, but not by. Through 126 and 2, and down the stretch they come. Brody trying to hang on, but Jill's going to slip down the cones here late with I'll Mock the Money. Didn't get front early, but gets there in the end to win at 155 and 4 in the opener.
There's a look, 3, 2, 1, and 6 unofficial here in the opener, and we'll see the unofficial winner in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Well, Barrio has the final say in tonight's opener, and he's on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle with number 3, I'll Mock the Money. Bay pacing filly 3 by Tobago K's off the Mach 3 Dam. Mock the Cut, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, bred by Stephen Johnston of Kincora. Gil Barrio trains and drives. Filly has a new record tonight. It's 155 and 4. I'll Mock the Money captures the division of the PEI Colt Stakes at Summerside. Now the official results in the first, All Bets on Lee third, Fernhill Cream second, I'll Mock the Money the race winner. Luna Bets was seventh, Salisbrook Fancy fifth, Staggerette fourth, Redland Rain finished sixth, Fractions went 27 and 3, 56 and 3, 126 and 2, and the mile 155 and 4. In review, 3, 2, 1, 7, 5, 4-6. I'll mock the money. Return $4 to win. The Exactor 1990, the Triactor 9560, and the Superfecta 1925.
Well, welcome back to Summerside for Race Day Live on this Friday night. It's been an action-packed week for sure. Started with the eliminations last Sunday, Peter, and then we took that break on Monday, and ever since it's been big crowds, big wagers, and fantastic action on the track here. The horses and the drivers and all the connections, the care teams, the trainers have done a wonderful job here. And the breeders, you get to look at some of these young horses, and it must be pretty exciting for some of the breeders to see these horses. They go through the Atlantic Classic sale in some cases, and they come out on the racetrack as stars. It's pretty exciting. I was talking to an owner, Joey McKinnon, earlier this week, and there's nothing like a race day, he said. I agree with that. All right, the HBI players, we want to thank our customers from across the country. You can bet anywhere with HBI, and this week, for Governor's Plate Week, you spend $25 or more per card, and you'll receive 3% cash back during Governor's Plate Week. All you have to do is opt in, and for more information on these great offers, you can sign up for free. Go to hbibet.com. We're going to roll in the picks here. You get off to a good start. And the horses are rolling into the paddock cam right now. And Peter, you're leaning on the 3, Accelerating.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Accelerating here for Daryl McLean, who trains. Joe Barrio gets the call in the bike tonight. I do like 1 here, a little bit of a long shot. Woodmere Cheetah for Heffernan, and I'll put the 6 in as well. Windermere Denazi for Mark Campbell. 3-1-6 for me. Post-time picks. It's Nick Oakes tonight, 3-6-4. Classifier along the bottom, 3-4 and 6.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a race announcers reunion night at Summerside Raceway as we celebrate 150 years of racing here in Summerside. Presented by Prince County Horsemen's Club, Red Shores, and Raceway Days. I'm Greg Blanchard, and it is a pleasure to be back to call race number 2. And the post parade's coming up next. All right, we apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Some technical issues tonight as we're doing this remotely tonight from London, Ontario. So we've seen the horses on post parade here. Our apologies. I've been able to pull up the feed on another platform, so we're going to give this a try and see how it goes. This is a PEI Colt Stakes division, 3-year-old fillies, and a field of 7. You've already had a look at most of them. We'll introduce them quickly. The one is Woodmere Cheetah, Miles Heffernan Jr. The owner, Miles Heffernan, driving. Fabulously Fancy number 2 will be driven by Jason Hughes for owner Don McRae. Exhilarating the 3, Daryl Gordon McLean, Steve Downey share ownership, Gilberto to drive. Brody McPhee on board the 4, Redland Precious for owners Hal and Ian Smith. Halmac Fancy number 5 will have Paul Langell driving for James Trainer and Kyle Williams. Saul Lanigan, the owner and trainer on the 6, Windermere Denozy for driver Mark Campbell, and Ocean View Elsa will complete the field. It's going to be Landon Campbell in the driver's seat for the Savage Stable and Brad Campbell. So that's your field of 7, race number 2, $9,500 plus up for grabs. 3-year-old filly pacers in this upcoming second.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Greg. And yeah, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies are on track here right now as we're getting ready to go. There is a equipment change on the 7. Ocean View Elsa removes the ear hood in here for Landon Campbell as we're getting set to go for race number 2. All right. All right, there's a look at Barrio. He's going to be driving the 3, accelerating here for Daryl McLean and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey here. Leaves from post 3. Barrio already won the opener here tonight, so a good shot to go back-to-back. Even money right now coming in here, Peter. And really with this horse, raced by Wendell Williams, great success in the breeding operation over the years. Filly has only missed the top 3 once, and that was back since her qualifier back in May.
Yeah, she's looked good here this year. 6 starts, does have 1 win, 1 second, and 3 thirds, so she's very consistent. If you go down her lines there, you can see Charlottetown, 3 back, she was second at 58, and then last time out in the Stanfield and Truro off the rail, raced pretty well, followed all the way for third, 57 and 4, 30 and 1 in the end of it. And Lee, great to have Greg on the call here tonight. We've known Greg very well for a long time, so I know he did some fine calling in his younger days in Summerside, so great to have him back tonight, Greg.
Yeah, it certainly is. Greg Blanchard, race caller here in Summerside, the age of 17 and 87. We were hanging out together then, Lindsay and I, and Donald McIsaac and Ryan McLean. Worked here until the mid-90s before going to Freehold Raceway for 3 years, from 95-98, and a backup announcer there in publicity, and then host of CBS sports coverage, the Hamiltonian, host for KOSA TV, Primetime Racing. He's been everywhere. And currently, you know, when you see those big broadcasts, you usually see Blanchard on there. Greg does a great job. And he's currently the director of equine programming, Western Fair Association, where they oversee the raceway and the training center there as well, and the London Classic sale. So he's busy.
He's busy, and you know what, Lee, growing up, he was a great hockey player for North River in the minor hockey organization there, and then for the Bluefield Bobcats. So we can't leave that out. Fine hockey player as well.
That's right, the Bobcats. I wonder if he still has the coat.
I think he does.
The white sleeves. Here's a look at the odds board for you in the PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies. And race number 2. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. And we'll send it upstairs, all part of the race announcers reunion. Here is Greg Blanchard.
Thank you very much, guys, and better late than never. And for the record, Lee, I don't have the coat. I've lost it somewhere along the way. But yes, we are looking forward to tonight, and I'm very happy to be back in the booth tonight. First time in several years, not in the booth, but remotely from London, Ontario. So the lining up, field of 7. This is a PEI Colt Stakes division, 3-year-old filly pacers, Woodmere Cheetah with Fabulously Fancy, Exhilarating, Redland Precious, Halmac Fancy, Windermere Donazi, and Ocean View Elsa on the outside. Field of 7, tonight's second race from Summerside, top of the stretch. Gate swings off the turn, and here they come. And they're off toward the inside. Woodmere Cheetah and Exhilarating. They're going to be the first 2 away. Exhilarating working her way to the lead. Now dropping in second there. As they round the first turn, it's going to be Woodmere Cheetah. Break of a couple back to Redland Precious, who got a good seat in third. Floating up wide in fourth, that's Ocean View Elsa. Finds a good spot early here for Landon Campbell. It's Windermere Donazi racing back third from last. And then the back markers in the field are Fabulously Fancy and Halmac Fancy. I can see them all. They pass the opening quarter, and Exhilarating, the heavy favorite. She's on the lead here, daughter of Shanghai Phil, showing the way as the field moves over to 3/8, 28-2. Quick opening quarter, and Exhilarating will lead them up in front of the stand the first time. Woodmere Cheetah, length and a half back in second. Tightening in from third, Redland Precious. First up, there goes Ocean View Elsa. And that's going to provide cover to Windermere Donazi. Fifth on the outside. 5 lengths off of the lead here as they roll past the 5/8. Half in 57-3, and Exhilarating says, catch me if you can. And Barrio asks her for a little bit more here, and she responds, opening up 3, now make it 4 as they reach 3/4. Popping out from third, Redland Precious is going to take up the chase as Woodmere Cheetah starts to back away. Ground saving up into the top 4 now, Fabulously Fancy, as they race onto the far turn. 3/4 and 1, 26-3, and it's exhilarating, still going, but getting closer with every stride. Redland Precious, and here she comes for the drive. Redland Precious coming out for a late challenge against Exhilarating. Exhilarating has to find more. Outside Redland Precious going to reach up, and Redland Precious converts for Brody McPhee. Hauls down the favorite, Exhilarating, and up late for third was Fabulously Fancy. The mile time, 1:57 for Redland Precious in the second.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 2 tonight. Interesting, these two drivers, Barrio and McPhee, were battling it out in the first race, and Barrio got it. And this time, McPhee gets it with Redland Precious on a great stretch drive.
Yeah, sure was. Great drive by Brody here tonight. Exhilarating wants to cut it for Barrio. 28-2, 57-3. Looked in control as they swung to the backside, but closing in through 128-3 was Redland Precious and McPhee. They're going to reach up in the final strides, and they're going to collar the 3 right on the wire here. Brody timing it perfect with Redland Precious here, getting up to win the PEI Colt Stakes in the 3-year-old fillies grassroots division here tonight. 157 flat. Nice win for Redland Precious and Brody McPhee. They're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner Circle next.
And here is tonight's second race winner returning. It's your number 4, Redland Precious, 3-year-old bay daughter of Somewhere Fancy. From the Camotion mare, Is That You, Ardella? She's co-owned by Hal and Ian Smith of Pownell and Stratford. Tom Weatherby, the winning conditioner, and Brody McPhee engineers the victory tonight. Philly's second win lifetime, and it is a brand new speed badge of 157. Redland Precious scoring in tonight's second PEI Colt Stakes division. For the 3-year-old filly Pacers, will be making her way in for the blanket presentation. Congratulations to the Connections. That's a big victory here on the big week of racing in Summerside. And again, never better. 157 tonight. She plays Giant Killer, capturing her PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots filly division. There's a look at the parimutuel returns. Redland Precious, $13 to win. The 4-3 exacta combination paid $23.20. $2 try, 4-3-2, the winning numbers, worth $98.40. Here's the top-down finish order in that second race. If you're marking from the top down, it should read 5, 3, 2, 1, 4, 7, and 6 on the bottom. 157, Redland Precious. New racing record in tonight's second.
So there you go, the official results of race number 2 there. Nice to have Greg Blanchard in the call there, and Rocky Skierman is going to be doing the next race here for us on the race announcer reunion night here in Summerside. 6 minutes go. Before that, let's have a look at the wagering menu here for you. We kick things off, of course, the I'll Pick 5 for that $2,000 guarantee pool. We have the early super high 5 comes up in race 5, and the late pick 4, the $1,000 guarantee pool, last 4 races on the card, and of course we wrap it up with that late super high 5 and that low 15% takeouts on those wagering menus for tonight in Summerside. We do appreciate all your business all week long, and we appreciate wherever if you're here at the track or tuning into our broadcast or wagering on the platforms, we do appreciate that. Let's roll in the picks here for race number 3. If you get a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam, and Peter, you're off to a good start here tonight with your selections.
Well, I like a 4 here. Lila Berry. Campbell's going to do the driving. 5 made to play, Barrio, and the 1 Camluck Lady for Corey. 4, 5, and 1. Post time picks at 5, 8, and 4. And the classifier 5, 4, and 8 as we get set for the post parade in the 3rd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Race Announcers Reunion Night as we celebrate 150 years of racing here at Summerside, presented by Prince County Horsemen's Club, Red Shores, and Raceway Days. I'm Rocky Skierman, and it's a pleasure to be back and call race number 3. Here is the post parade. Horse and drivers are on the track for tonight's 3rd race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies in the grassroots division. Number 1 is Camlock Lady, owned by Cindy McLean of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay. The driver is Corey McPherson. Number 2 is Regan, owned by Chantal Angela Montague, trained and driven by Paul Angel. Number 3 is Bet the Stars, owned by Jeff Skinner and Robert Skinner and Daniel Hiltz, trained by Jennifer Doyle. The driver is Kenny Murphy. Number 4 is Lila Berry, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond, trained by Mike McGuigan. The driver is Mark Campbell. Number 5 is Made to Play, owned by John LeBlanc of Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Ronnie Matheson. The driver is Jill Barrio. Number 6 is You Bet I'm Easy, owned by Jeff Lilly, Donald Josie, Blair McLaughlin, Douglas Lowthers, George Renison trains. The driver is Jacob Sweet. Number 7, Bugtown Victoria, owned and trained by Brian Walsh of Albany. Brody McPhee will do the driving. And number 8 is Shine Runner, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, Claire Murphy, and Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head PEI. Luke Burke is the trainer. The driver is Jason Hughes. Driver change, Jason Hughes, driving the 8 Shine Runner. Join us for Happy Hour tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 5. Just a friendly reminder, post time tomorrow is 5 o'clock for the Governor's Plate program.
Well, I can tell you that the seafood night last night here in the tarmac went over very well, and the happy hour always goes over well too on Governor's Plate night. That pre-party on the trackside tent here, just below our broadcast location here. Music from DJ Josh Hood, who's providing the tarmac tunes. Peter, a couple of our favorite songs we've heard already tonight.
Well, it was a great time here last year, Lee, and again, the weather's supposed to hold for tomorrow. So that's a pre-party leading into the Governor's Plate program, which starts at 5 p.m.
And by the way, that happy hour is 3 to 5 o'clock. All right, out in the track we go here, and a good-looking field of 8. The PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, grassroots. They're going for a purse of $9,550, and there is a look at the 4. This is Lila Berry. For Mark Campbell doing the driving for Michael McGuigan tonight, who's the conditioner, and Little Pond Stables, so Little Pond, Prince Edward Island. If you ever been to Little Pond, Prince Edward Island, it's a beautiful place here on the island. Campbell's a driving average of 427. McGuigan has a training average of 363. Lila Berry posted a victory in 55. Pretty hard to go against all those ads and those stats.
I think she's got a big shot here. Again, June 11th, Charlottetown leaving 4 was a nice winner for Corey McPherson by 4, 55 and 429, and 1. Then again, Charlottetown, July the 2nd, that 3 to 5 level off the rail and went right down the Red Shores Highway that night, 55 and 4, 28 and 2. Real nice win. And back on the 9th as well, racing from post 5, finished 4th to Almach the Money, 57 and 2, 29 and 2. So making the move to Summerside tonight, post 4, Mark Campbell drives Lila Berry 1 to 2.
All right, there's a look at Made to Play, scoring down here. A 3-year-old filly by Shadow Play. Gilles Barrio doing the driving tonight for trainer Ron Matheson and Jean LeBlanc from Bathurst, New Brunswick. And the Matheson stable having a great year and a busy year. They send out this filly by Shadow Play, raised by Tara Bear, to Webster's Corner, and she was purchased at the Atlantic Classic sale in 2024 for $11,000. It's her second stakes appearance, Peter, and she looks good out there right now.
Sure does. She has 3 wins already this year from 6 starts, 56 and 4 in Charlottetown. If we slide down the lines, June the 11th from post 3, sent to the front, and a nice winner by 3, 57 and 3. Came back on the 25th of June in Charlottetown again, left 2, got to the front, was a winner, 56 and 4, closed it out in a solid 29 seconds, and then went to Truro last time in the Stanfield, left 7, finished 4th to Windermere Sky, 58 and 1, 30 and 2. So the lines indicate she does her best work in the front end here tonight. Can she get there from post 5? We'll see what Barrio does. 9 to 5.
All right, there's a look at the rail sitter right now. Cam Luck Lady coming in at 4-1 odds here for Corey McPherson, and trainer Chris McKay. Owner is Cindy McLean out of Charlottetown, and scratched off that qualifier there. But those last 2 outings of Peter have been solid with some good closers.
Yeah, real good. Summerside Canada Day here in Summerside. Left 2, got to the front from Corey, controlled every step of it, 58 and 1, 29 and 3. That was a nice win. And then back on July 7th again, Red Shore Summerside, leaving 5, sat mid-pack most of the way, 4th there, 58 and 4, but did close, like you said, in a quick 28 and 2. So back on the rail here tonight, should get a nice trip on the inside for Corey here. Camluck Lady, 4-1.
So it's race announcer night and reunion here at Summerside, and it's all part of the 150th celebrations here. And Rocky Skierman called a race when he was 9 years old in Summerside. It was a great story in The Guardian today. He got a call from Gerard Smith to announce the whole race card here in Summerside on Remembrance Day 1990, a couple of days before he turned 16. He announced races in St. John, Fredericton, Charlottetown, Summerside, and Truro Raceway, and some matinee tracks as well, Alberton, O'Leary, Tyne Valley, and Kensington. And Peter, he joined our broadcast team here in 2018. He's been a great addition to it, and he's a great writer as well. And, well, he's been a driver, so he knows on the racetrack, too, he can look at things a little differently than the rest of us on the broadcast team.
Yeah, he's touched all areas of harness racing, and that was a great story this morning, just explaining what Rocky has done throughout his lifetime around harness racing. Started when he was about 5 years old, coming around the track, and then, like you said, has been a driver and a trainer and an announcer and a writer. He actually did some charting as well. So, again, great to be working with Rocky since he joined the team. Yeah, he's been a great addition.
Number 3, Bet the Stars, was in the paddock, heading back out, was off for an equipment adjustment.
Well, as Rocky mentioned, there's the 3 that was off the track for an equipment adjustment here. A bit of a delay for the start of this matchup. Bet the Stars, Ken Murphy. They're back on track. Starter will be calling them in. I'll look at the odds board there for you. It's getting ready to go. All right, the horses lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. The countdown clock is in. We're ready for the 3rd, and let's go back upstairs for the race call. Here is Rocky Skierman.
Tonight's 3rd race, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division. Top of the stretch has 1 Camlock Lady, 2 is Reagan, 3 Bet the Stars, 4 Lila Berry, 5 is Made to Play, 6 You Bet I'm Easy, 7 is Bugtown Victoria, 8 on the outside is Shine Runner. They're at the top of the stretch. Bet the Stars going to be back leaving. Here they come. They're off and pacing it at the rail. Camlock Lady, first one away, looking for the lead as they race into the first turn. Driving up in the outside, Lila Berry. In between horses at the rail, that is Reagan as they race 3 wide around that turn, approaching the opening 8th. In at the rail, Camlock Lady. In between horses, that is Lila Berry. Backing off in 3rd as they go to the backstretch is Made to Play. At the rail, 4th is Reagan. Back there in 5th, that is Shine Runner. Looking at it from 6 is You Bet I'm Easy. Back there in 7. In the early going is Bugtown Victoria. Your trailer, that is Bet the Stars. They pass by the opening quarter in 28 and 3. Moving into the 3/8 turn for the first time. It's Lila Berry and Mark Campbell on top. In at the rail, 2nd as they race around the turn. That is Made to Play. Looking at it from 3rd, that is Camlock Lady. At the rail in 4th is Reagan. Going along in 5th is Shine Runner. To the outside, here comes You Bet I'm Easy in 6. Back there in 7, Bugtown Victoria. And the trailer is Bet the Stars. They pass the half, heading into the 5/8 turn, second and final time. 58 seconds flat by the half. Your leader up front is Lila Berry. Made to Play in at the rail 2nd. Here comes You Bet I'm Easy up on the outside 3rd. At the rail in 4th is Camlock Lady. Moving up on the outside, here comes Shine Runner from the back. At the rail is Reagan. Back there in 7, that is Bugtown Victoria. And Bet the Stars is the trailer. Down the back stretch they go past the 3/4, heading into the far turn. Final time 1:28 and 1 by the 3/4 into the far turn. Lila Berry. Here comes Made to Play to the outside. Camlock Lady in at the rail 3rd. You Bet I'm Easy coming up on the outside 4th. Through this stretch they battle it out for the wire. It's Lila Berry, Camlock Lady up the inside, but it's Lila Berry and Mark Campbell to win it. Up for 2nd, Camlock Lady. In for 3rd is Made to Play. Time for the mile, 1:57 flat. Judges' inquiry, hold all tickets here in tonight's 3rd race. Judges' inquiry. Judges' inquiry underway here in tonight's 3rd race. The break on number 3, Bet the Stars before the start.
What a great call there from Rocky Skierman in race number 3. And there's a look at the stretch drive. Another exciting stretch drive tonight. Lila Berry sent off at 1-2 odds here. Campbell in control here and in complete control. And this filly gets her fourth win of the campaign.
Yeah, I said early, Lee, can Made to Play get to the front, and she didn't. Lila Berry got front. Made to Play seems to do her best work in the front. Well, Lila Berry dictates the terms tonight. 28 and 3, 58 seconds. First over for You Bet I'm Easy, but not tonight. 128 and 1. Still Lila Berry on front, and she's going to score right down the highway tonight for Mark Campbell on the driver change. Lila Berry, 157 to win it here, and they're back in the Woodmere Standardbred winner's circle.
Results of the judges' inquiry. Number 3, Bet the Stars, was inside the judges' fair start poll. Parading back to the wire is your winner of tonight's third race, number 4, Lila Berry, 3-year-old bay filly by Arthur Bluechip from the Captain Treacherous Dam, Next Life, Hanover. Owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond, bred by Aaron McCardle and Essa Lettinen of Ontario. Mike McGuigan trains. It's Mark Campbell in the bike for the driving win. Time for the mile in 1:57 flat for number 4, Lila Berry. Now at trackside, presentation of the PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies Grassroots Cooler to the winning horse, Lila Berry and Mark Campbell. Congratulations.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
And now are your official results of tonight's third race. 1, Camlock Lady. 2, 2 Regan. 4, 3 Bet to the Stars. 8, 4 Lila Berry, your race winner. 5, Made to Play. 3, 6 You Bet I'm Easy. 5, 7 Bugtown Victoria. 7, 8 Shine Runner. 6 Fractions 28 and 3, the half in 58 seconds. 3/4 128 and 1. Time for the mile 1:57 flat. Top down 248 13 576. Lila Berry returned $3 to win. The exactor $9.50. Superfecta $7.78. The triactor $19.20.
Test from London, 7 minutes to post 4, race 4.
All right, there's your official results for race number 3. As you make your way back here in Summerside tonight, the Governor's Plate is brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge on the Action Corner, where customer service is their number one priority. Proudly serving customers since 1947. And Warren Ellis and the team will be here tomorrow night. They're actually coming down. Warren and his wife Marlene will be around of the official motorcade. They'll be coming down the track around 6 o'clock tomorrow. Make note of that post time, which starts at 5 o'clock. So we're back into the action here, and the race announcer reunion, Peter, comes next with Sugar Doyle. Shannon Sugar Doyle coming from London tonight.
Yeah, Western Fair.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to that. Let's slide in the picks here for race number 4. It's an action-packed card here tonight. 15 dashes on the program. Another edition of the PI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old fillies. And the grassroots, they're going for $9,550 as they roll out of the paddock here. And the Atlantic Post calls paddock cam. And you're leaning on the 3, Salzbrook Curly.
Yeah, Salzburg Curly here for Joe Baxter, who trains. Mark Campbell gets the call tonight. Do like 4, Fallon here from Murner. Has had a nice year already, and I'm going to put the 6 in there for 3rd into the maelstrom for Kenny Murphy. 3, 4, 6 for me. Post time picks. It's Nick Oakes tonight. 3, 7, 4. Classifier 4, 3, and 6. Horses on the way for Post Parade next.
Alrighty, looks like we've got the post parade for race number 4 on track. "150 years of racing at Summerside, presented by Prince County Horsemen's Club, Red Shores, and Raceway Days. I'm Sugar Doyle. Pleasure to be with us to call race number 4. And on parade, Filthy Philly, Miles Heffernan driving for owner George, or make it Andrew Campbell, the trainer George Renison. Number 3, Salzbrook Carly. It's Mark Campbell driving for owner trainer Joe Baxter. There we go, little glitch, but we're in to go. Race number 4 here for the PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies. Number 4, it's Fallon, Adam Murner, training and driving for Martha Knox and Twyla McDonald. Number 5, a little zesty, Paul Angel, training and driver for Nickway Farms out of Newfoundland. Number 6, Into the Maelstrom, Into the maelstrom for Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek. Cliff Murphy training. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky. And a 7 outside. It'll be West River Kennedy racing for Haley McDonald, her mom Claire McDonald, training and driving.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race, celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Unteam Fire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate.
But it's Fuel Caranengo winning the Governor's Plate.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Okay, so PEI Cold Stakes continue here tonight. Exacta, 20-cent superfecta tractor wagering on this race, win, play, show. You can always tag your ticket with the Wild Horses here on track as well. We'll hear more from Sugar Doyle here. We've had two guest announcers coming in remotely tonight, Peter, so you always get a little glitch here and there, but you know what? We're doing everything we can to make sure they're part of this special night tonight.
Just want to have them part of it, like you said. Great to have Greg Blanchard earlier, and now Sugar going to call this race. So we're excited for Race Announcers Reunion Night League.
Yeah, and we hope the technology stays with us here. The rest are on site, so that'll make it a little easier for you. But there's a look at the three. This is Salzbrook Carley coming into action tonight for Joe Baxter of Kensington. He's the owner and the trainer. Mark Campbell doing the driving tonight. As I mentioned, been first and second this season. Her regular driver, Ken Murphy, is committed to the 6, so Campbell picks up his first drive on her.
Yeah, and again, she's put together a nice season early on here. 3 starts, does have a win and a couple of second-place finishes. The win was 3 down here in Summerside. That winner's 1-2. Leading 6, got good position early, sat 2 most of the way, and then 1 in the stretch, 58-3, 29 to close it out. Came back on the Turner at Truro and raced very well. Tucked in most of the way until late, made a rally late, finished second by a neck, 57-4 to Uptown tonight. And then the Stanfield and Truro as well. A good second, always in full force, charted 56-1. So she's been sharp to start the season here. Good spot to work from tonight. Salzbrook Carley, Mark Campbell to drive right now, 2-5.
All right, getting ready to go here for race number 4. This is Fallon. Will leave from post 4 tonight. Sends out the most winners here in Summerside, that post position, with data from Standard Canada. Adam Murder doing the driving tonight. He's also the conditioner on this 3-year-old by Somewhere Fancy, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope. And this filly made $24,000 in 2025, Pete, and raised by Faye Webster Morale. She's hit the board in all of her starts this year.
Yeah, again, similar to the 3, the 4 has looked good early on this year. 3 starts, a win, a second, and a third. The win came 2 down in Charlottetown. Winners 1-2 off the rail. Adam protected the cones all the way that day. 56-1, 27-4. She looked really good on that day. And then last time out again went front, finished third to Almock to Money, 57-1. So makes the move to Summerside. Post 4 tonight, 2-1.
So Shannon Sugar Doyle grew up in Summerside, been attending races since 1980. Owned, trained, and drove some matinee horse for a few years in PEI prior to calling some matinee races at the Charles F. Willis Memorial Racetrack in O'Leary around 2005, and that led him to a job opportunity called harness races at Northlands Park in Edmonton in 2006, and then the summer of 2013 he made the move to Raceway at Western Fair District in London, Ontario. He is one of the top callers in the country, and countdown clocks in for race 4. Let's send it back upstairs. They ride in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and here is Shannon Sugar Doyle.
And away they go. First to show, that is Salzbrook Carly, leaving first, way up on the outside, into the maelstrom, and Kenny Murphy sending that one forward. Though protecting the rail, it's Miles Heffernan with Filthy Philly. She wants the earliest lead. She's got it, though here is that heavy chalk favorite, Salzbrook Carly now coming to her. Salzbrook Carly for Mark Campbell trying to take control, looking for some pylon position prior to the opening quarter, and now she finds them. It's the inside for Salzbrook Carly into turn number 2 as she was fronting through the opening quarter mile clocking. They hit the quarter mile in a snappy, we're going to call it 20. 8 and a bit. Salzbrook Carly leading. Filthy Philly is second into the maelstrom third with Highly Toxic looking at it from fourth. A peak to the outside and fifth now. There's Fallon. Fallon's thinking about it and going up and next to last is a little zesty. West River Kennedy is trailing the field. So the quarter mile was 28. The half was 57 and 3. They bend on by the 5/8. Salzbrook Carly leading by a length and a Campbell. The Filthy Philly is tripping out there in second, getting past now by into the maelstrom. And Murphy is asking, and this Philly's responding. She's within a half length of pace setter, heavy favorite Salzbrook Carly and Campbell still showing the way here, up and by 3/4 for Salzbrook Carly and Campbell. 127 and 4 into the maelstrom, still coming second, 3 deep on the outside now. Here comes Murner, and Fallon wants to have a late say. Room at the end for Filthy Philly, almost there. Salzbrook Carly into the maelstrom, and Murphy on the outside, win it! Second best, Salzbrook Carly. Wow, what a trip. First up forever into the maelstrom, and Kenny Murphy, 158 and 1. Wow.
We'll set off at 14-1 odds here into the maelstrom, and Kenny Murphy here tonight. Boy, they meant business, and she was out a long way. This filly put in a great trip here tonight, Peter. Is able to dig deep here and get up in the final strides to notch her 5th win of the campaign.
You know, used a couple of times early here tonight. Kenny left hard off the wings, was able to tuck into the 3-hole early, so that let Salzbrook Carly cut it, followed by Filthy Philly through 28, 57 and 3. Kenny comes out because Adam was moving early at the half as well, so Kenny decides to try it first up through 127 and 4. She would not go away, and she is going to be rewarded in the end, able to grind on by the 3 to get there in the end. 158 and 1 into the maelstrom. What an effort here tonight for Kenny Murphy. They win race number 4, and they're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle next.
Wow, that was a lot of fun from London, Ontario. Right back to Summerside here for the Winner's Circle into the maelstrom. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Sunshine Beach from the Artescape mare. Argotic. Owned and bred by Dr. Mary McNevin of 9 Mile Creek, Prince Edward Island. Clifford Murphy, the winning trainer. His son Kenny Murphy's in the sulky for the Phillies. Big win tonight. PEI Colt Stakes victory for the 3-year-old fillies, grassroots level, 158-1. Lifetime best here for Into the Maelstrom, and she didn't do it the easy way. She went first up forever and kept on attacking. What a trip. Into the Maelstrom for Team Murphy and the owner, breeder, Dr. Mary McNiven. Congratulations.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
We can get you a rundown here for the 4th race. Rundown from the top. Filthy Philly was 4. Highly Toxic 7th. The Salzburg Curly 2nd. Fallon was 3rd. A Little Zesty 5th. Into the Maelstrom was your race winner. West River Kennedy 6th. Mile time, a new mark of 158-1 goes home with Into the Maelstrom tonight. She paid $30.60 at Exacta were $65.70. $2 try at $63.90, and the Super for 20 cents coming back at $31.85.
So we're back in Summerside on this Friday night, and nice to have you along with us. And remotely, we did it. 2 race callers, Greg Blanchard and Shannon Sugar Doyle, calling from London tonight, and that's what technology will do. Of course, we get a few little bumps along the way, but you know, they got in and they did a great job.
Excellent job. Great to hear Greg again. Of course, many years ago, he started in Summerside, and great to see him again. And Sugar, of course, who is the announcer at Western Fair, just doing a great job as well. So great to have them part of the show tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him in Clinton and make my way up there for Standard Canada meetings and also the National Driving Championship and Legends Day they have at Clinton Raceway. So really looking forward to that. My first visit to Clinton. Been to Ontario many times, but a first visit there, so looking forward to seeing Ian Fleming and the crew there do such a great job. Let's roll in the picks here for race number 5, the Bud Ramsey Memorial, and well, we've got a theme going here again with the one Woodmere Sinatra. Your top pick?
Yeah, dropping down here tonight. You can see had been as high as the 951s there, a couple of starts ago. So down the ladder tonight to the 301s. Going to go to Woodmere Sinatra here for Kenny Murphy. Do like 5, Emperor, Paul Angel tonight, and I'm going to put the 6 in there as well. Bohannon racing really well. Corey McPherson to drive tonight. 1, 5, 6 for me. Post time picks 1, 5, and 3. Classifier underneath 1, 5, and 6. Horses on the way for post parade.
Fifth race on the track set for the post parade, Bud Ramsey Memorial. There'll be a winner's circle presentation. One Woodmere Sinatra, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy drives. Usurper 2, Mike Peters of Emmyvale, owns, trains, and drives. 3 is Cabot Tower, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murner drives. James Raines, number 4, is owned by Donald Sweet of Valeri. Dana Sweet, trainer driver. 5 is Emperor, owned and trained by Jeff Lewis of Moncton, New Brunswick. Paul Langell. 6 is Bohannon, owned by Krista Dunsford from Donna. Carson Wilkie is the conditioner, driven by Corey McPherson. 7, Heather's Pet, Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown, owns and trains. The drive goes to Ryan DeRage. J.J. Patrick, number 8, owned by Judy Armstrong of Charlottetown. Ricky Armstrong, the trainer, Brady Sweet. Mark it up, number 9, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jeff is the trainer, driven by Jacob Sweet. Only 2 minutes wagering time here on the 5th. Just 2 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections here in the first super high 5 of the night. And we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Much like everybody, gentlemen, I went to the 1 Woodmere Sinatra, dropping down to the bottom condition here in Summerside right now on that infield toe board at 1-2. I went to the 6 Bohannon. He's got 3 consecutive deuces. I'll use him to get another one tonight in here. I went to the trailer then for the triactor players, mark it up. I'll use the 4 James Raines for 4th and close it out with the 5. That's Emperor. From the booth, it's 16945. Gentlemen, your choices.
Well, you guys have keys to the Super High Fives, so we'll give it a rundown here. I'm going to lean on, so we could pick up some of the horses on the track here for the Bud Ramsey Memorial, Vance, but yeah, I'm leaning on a 16457. That's how I'm going to roll it here, but didn't get the picks in early enough into the system, so they're not going to show up, and we might want to forget them anyway. But Peter, you're leaning on the Super High Five here with that low 15% takeout, and you're leaning on the rail.
Yeah, dropping down again, I think is the angle here tonight for Woodmere Sinatra. Kenny Murphy in the bike. I do like 5, Emperor here. Angel drives tonight. 6, Bohannon for McPherson, racing really well. Then the 4 and the 8. So 1, 5, 6, 4, and 8 for me.
Do have an additional chart line here on the 4. James Rains here back on Tuesday, July 14th. Left from post 5 was second by a length. Race time at 1:59 and 2. And Dennis Sweet did the driving on that day. So Rocky Skierman, fresh from the booth and from the newspaper ad too, Rocky, that story this morning. Great job on that.
Well, thank you very much. Jason Simmons came by the desk the other night and he was snapping some pictures. I didn't really notice what he was doing. Then he came over and asked if he could call me the next day and do an interview, and I was very pleased with it, very humbled by that.
Now, we wanted to ask the announcers here tonight, all part of this announcer reunion, and you've got such a great history here in Summerside. How did you first get involved in the harness racing industry?
Well, through my father, of course. My father was an owner, trainer, driver all his life, ever since he was a little boy, and just followed him and came out here. And I can remember very vividly, as I mentioned in that article with Jason Simmons, that he brought me up because Alan McDonald was a good friend of my father's. And when Alan McDonald was announcing the races here, and I think around 82, Dad brought me up to the booth, and the booth back then was on the north end of the grandstand. So he brought me up, and I can remember going in there with him and just being awestruck. And then when Boomer started announcing here in 83, I was up with him a lot. Used to take my Halloween candy up there with him, and he'd be going through it, trying to steal treats from me and stuff like that.
He wouldn't do that.
Yeah. And then when Joey Mills started announcing the races here in 84, I guess that fall, of 84, I used to be up with him quite a bit too. So he was the one that gave me a chance when I was 9 to call a race.
What are your some of your favorite memories in the booth, Rock? I know you've had a lot through the years on the track and off, but what are some of your favorites behind the mic?
Well, whenever Vance took sick there in 2006, I got a real good opportunity to call the race in Charlottetown in that fall, and so I did that. And then 2009 up here when they opened the grandstand, that was a big one for me, Peter, because I drove that day too. So I had Alan McDonald come up and do a couple of calls for me while I was getting my suit on and racing, and come back into the booth. So that was pretty special.
We have the Bud Ramsey Memorial, and the starters are on track here right now for race number 5, getting close. There's a look at James Rains on your screen there right now, that additional chart line that I told you about back on Tuesday. Left from post 5, finished second by a length, 1:59 and 2. Rocky, how does it feel to be part of the race announcers reunion tonight here in Summerside?
I've been excited about this all week and really not nervous to call the race, because that's... Vance even said, "Do you want me to go out?" And I said, "No, you can stay there, you can watch me, whatever." Doesn't bother me a bit, but getting Greg and Shannon and getting that through, it was just like, oh my gosh. And I even handed Vance the headset as they were leaving the wire, because I didn't think Shannon was coming in. Then all of a sudden Shannon pops to life. It's like, giddy up.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you here. I know you've been hanging out with a few of the guys here tonight too, and you'd be able to share some great stories over the years, and to have everybody here. And it's all about the history here in Summerside, especially this year, Rock, and to be part of it with 150th celebrations and have some of your former callers with you tonight. That's special.
Yeah, it's really special. We're up there on the table at the end of the oval, and it's really good. And like I said, I mentioned in the column, thanks to Alan Goody, and that was his idea.
Yeah, it was his idea.
And I thanked Vance up in the booth as well, and you guys. It's been great.
You know what, Rock? It's amazing just reading the story about how many different parts of the industry you've touched. I mean, you've done a lot of things throughout your lifetime in harness racing.
I have. I was the manager here one time. Eric Johnson made me the manager for a little bit, and yeah, I've done a lot.
Well, it's great to have you a part of it here tonight, and enjoy the rest of your night, Rocky. Have a great night. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 5th. It's the Bud Ramsey Memorial. Upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Sinatra, Usurper, Cabot Tower, James Rains, Emperor, Bohannon, Heathers, Pat J.J. Patrick, in back, mark it up, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing Emperor firing out. Cabot Tower in at the rail. Woodmere Sinatra between them. James Rains following through. Mark It Up into the turn towards the inside 6. That is Usurper. Away 7th Bohannon. Then in 8th it's Heather's Pet trailing the field. J.J. Patrick along the backstretch, and here's the free-legged pacer Cabot Tower and Adam Murner to clear, but it's short-lived. Murphy will right line. Woodmere Sinatra sending him back to the point off a 28 and 3 opener. Now Cabot Tower is second. Mark It Up third. Fourth is Usurper. Then racing fifth is James Rains. Sixth as they come out of the turn towards the half. That's Emperor. Now 7th Bohannon. Racing from 8 towards that inside. Through the stretch they come as Heather's Pet, followed by the trailer. J.J. Patrick 9th. Halfway home, led by Woodmere Sinatra and Kenny Murphy. Second is Cabot Tower, racing from third. Mark It Up, and he's headed to the outside. 58 and 2 was the half. Racing fourth, Usurper. Moving up fifth on the outside, James Rains. In at the rail, Heather's Pet 6. Oh, we've got confusion here in the backfield. Cabot Tower started to back through them. Racing arriving at 3/4, led by Woodmere Sinatra by 2. Mark It Up is second. James Rains third. The 3/4 stripped in 1. 27 and 3 as they round the turn with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Woodmere Sinatra turning home. Mark It Up second. James Rains third. Emperor fourth. Down the stretch they come under an inquiry. It's Woodmere Sinatra to double up Kenny Murphy. Second, that is Mark It Up. James Rains will finish third, and the time for the mile, 1:57 and 1. Judges' inquiry underway here in the 5th race. Retain your tickets. Judges' inquiry.
Well, being sent off at 1-9 chalk here. Ken Murphy wanted to put the Jennifer Doyle trainee Woodmere Sinatra back to the point, Peter, and that's where they did their great work here tonight and gets the job done here for his second win of the campaign. And I know Jennifer Doyle is closing in on a milestone of 500 training victories as well, and the one looked great tonight.
Yeah, dropping down here tonight, like we mentioned, to the 301s. Kenny sat in the two-hole brief, but out and around, and he's going to dictate it all the way. 28 and 3, 58 and 2. Daylight up the backside, 127 and 3. And here it is, the close-up from UMI. Nice shot here tonight, 157 and 1. Woodmere Sinatra, Kenny Murphy, they win it here, and they're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle next.
The judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 5 going to the 3/4. There's Woodmere Sinatra on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred's Winners Circle here in the fifth. Bay pacing Gelding 5, a roll with it, Harry, off the Artist Cape Dam, Sinspirational. Owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Jennifer Dahl. Kenny Murphy going back-to-back for the double, the mile 157 and 01. Woodmere Sinatra in the super high five. Results of the judges' inquiry. Number 3, Cabot Tower, interfered with numbers 2, 6, 7, and 8. All those entries finishing ahead of number 3. There's no placings required.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now the official results from the 5th race. Woodmere Sinatra the winner. Usurper was 8th. Cabot Tower 9th, James Rains 3rd, Emperor 6th, Bohannon finished 4th, Heather's Pet was 7th, J.J. Patrick finished 5th, Mark It Up 2nd, 28 and 3, 58 and 2, 127 and 3, and the mile 157 and 1. In review, it's 189, 364, 752. Woodmere Sinatra 230. Exactor 1680, Triactor 5840, Super High 5 at 72.76. Sixth race up next. Scratch the 4, Zendaya's Moonshine. Race 6, number 4, Zendaya's Moonshine is scratched.
Okay, welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside. Walter Simmons Memorial coming up next. The 4 is out, and it's Race Announcers Reunion Night, and what a treat it is to have Alan McDonald on the Race Day broadcast tonight. Alan, nice to have you on the desk. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You know what? You've been an incredible career here in the race booth, calling for 15 years at Northland Park in Edmonton, 5 years of Flamborough Downs in Ontario, along with stops in Sudbury, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we'd like to know, how did it all start for you in this harness racing industry?
They were going to start winter racing here in Summerside, and there was a lack of money. So my father, who was on the board here, he volunteered me to call the races. It wasn't a big money maker. I think I got $7, and I paid Rocky's father $5 to drive my horse, and Jimmy Whalen's brother Gerard $5 to look after the horse.
We'll do the post parade here. Come right back with Alan McDonald.
Sixth race on parade, number 1, Blue Pharaoh, owned by Route 19 Racing and Corey Livingston. Adam Murner trains and drives. Eagle's Claw, number 2, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie from Tarentum. Mark Campbell. 3 is Shadow Roman, owned by a numbered company out of Quebec. Charles Goodrow, the trainer. Maxime Goodrow drives. 4 Zendaya's Moonshine is scratched. 5 is Stingorama, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings. Jeremy Baker up. The Feast 6, owned by Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia, trained by Trevin Shive. Gilles Barrio. Sergeant Crowley, number 7, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson. Jason Hughes drives. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores is the title sponsor of the 2026 PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series.
And we're back with Alan McDonald here at the Race Day broadcast desk in Summerside tonight, all part of Race Announcers Reunion Night. And yeah, some great stories there and through your career. So how did it start as a race announcer for you?
Volunteering, basically, here at Summerside for winter racing, and then they kept me on, and I did it till the fall of 75, and then I went on the road, and I was in Sudbury for 9 months in 76, and then went to Flamborough in the fall of 76, which was really something, because it was the second year the track was operating, and it was booming, and that's a half a century ago.
For sure.
And that was the heyday, really, though. Like, they were starting to ramp up, right?
It just kept going more and more and more and more. Charlie Jervinsky, the owner and operator, sent me to a sale in Fredericton to recruit, because they were afraid they weren't going to have enough horses that winter meet, and that started. The boys from Cornwall came, Alex McPhee, Wendell McDonald, Blois McPhail, and that started the Eastern Canada wave at Flamborough, and then they took over. Whalen's came in 79 and 80, and it was booming.
Hey, you're taking me back to the heyday, because I'm from Cornwall, and I know all those guys.
I know. I know your pedigree.
So maybe some of your favorite calls and memories in the mic in the announcer's booth. I know there's so many, Alan, but is there something or a few of them that stand out for you?
I called lots of Hall of Fame drivers, lots of Hall of Fame horses. Edmonton had the biggest purse for age pacers in North America for the longest time. And one of they were TSN and CBC races, and one of my favorites, and I can't find it, was the Dream Team of Bob McIntosh, which was Arts Place, Camluck, Odds Against. And in the Stuart Fraser, they finished first, second, and third, and that was the retirement race for the great Arts Place.
Okay. So, Alan, I know going out west, we were talking off mic, though, that the West at one time, boy, could they race, and they raced for good money as well.
When I went to Edmonton, they raced over, I think, 220 days a year. There was no simulcasting. They bet $100 million live in the building. It was booming. The harness would average $500,000. The thoroughbreds who had the prime dates between May 24 and Labor Day, they'd average 750, and on the weekends, of course, they'd both bet $1 million on track. They had the largest tavern in Alberta in the basement of Northlands Park. The place was wild.
And we never made it there, Peter. I remember you doing an interview one time, Alan, and you said, I think the word was between calling harness and calling thoroughbred, a total different ball game with thoroughbred.
A world apart, and probably 4 times as difficult. I called the thoroughbreds for 12 years, and I'll tell you, it's anybody that can do it and do it well, they deserve accolades because it's tough.
We just want to, before we get going here, the Walter Simmons Memorial coming up in race 6, and what a great special moment that was in 2020 when he won the Governor's Plate. What's it like tonight with all this history to be part of the race announcers reunion tonight?
Oh, it's great. I didn't know Joey Mills before. Of course, I've known Rocky since the time he was born. Boomer, we were professional buddies, but we never spent any. I spent more time tonight with Boomer than combined. Yeah, for sure. No, it's good fun. Right. Good sport. And of course, I know Sugar and I know Greg. Yeah, it's good.
It's been a great trip down memory lane tonight.
Yeah. Oh, lots of laughs. Yeah.
We look forward to having you more on the broadcast desk here in Summerside, Alan. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and enjoy the rest of your night in the Race Announcers Reunion.
Thank you for having me. Thanks, guys.
Great to talk to you.
Appreciate
Talk to you soon.
Countdown clock is in for race number 6. It's the Walter Simmons Memorial tonight. Great looking field here, and they're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And back upstairs for the race call with Vance Cameron.
Blue Pharaoh, Eagle's Claw, Shadow Roman, Stingorama, The Feast, Sergeant Crowley are at the top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Blue Pharaoh is going to be well back leaving at the start. Rough and pacing. Shadow Roman is the first one out. Stingorama between horses coming from the outside third. That's The Feast at the rail, and racing fourth is Eagle's Claw. Sergeant Crowley got away fifth. The tardy start has Blue Pharaoh at the back of the bus. Up the backstretch they go. Here comes a 1-9 chalk. The Feast and Barrio take over. Second is Shadow Roman. Stingorama third. Coming up fourth, that is Sergeant Crowley. Eagle's Claw goes fifth, and Blue Pharaoh the trailer on by the first quarter, and up front The Feast is the leader. How's about the opener? Boom! Just like that, 27-2. Open this one up. Serious on the front end. That's the Feast. Racing from second is Shadow Roman. Stingorama third. Now up into fourth. That's Sergeant Crowley. Eagles Claw fifth. And the trailer, that's Blue Pharaoh. Halfway home here in the sixth. And the Feast, the midway point leader, in 56-3. He leads by 2. Second is Shadow Roman around the turn. Third is Stingorama. Fourth, that's Sergeant Crowley. Eagles Claw fifth and Blue Pharaoh sixth. They're strung out going to 3/4, and the Feast is the leader. Shadow Roman continuing second. Stingorama starting to close up from third. Sergeant Crowley fourth. Eagles Claw fifth. Blue Pharaoh sixth. 3/4 tripped into 1:26 flat. 1/8 of a mile left to go. That's the Feast by 2. Second is Shadow Roman. Stingorama third. And they're homeward bound. The Feast under some burial urging. Shadow Roman on the outside. Way wide. Stingorama on the wire. The Feast hangs on here for Barrio. Stingorama got to do. Shadow Roman third in 1:57 flat.
Well, Barrio having another great night here tonight and gets it done in the Walter Simmons Memorial here in race number 6 on this Friday night in Summerside, Peter. And the Feast and Barrio, they just hang on in the stretch here to get it done.
Yeah, early speed here from the Feast as Barrio wants to cut it here, and he does. 27-2. That's snappy over there for the opening quarter. 56-3. They're rocking and rolling. Backside, there was daylight. You thought maybe he's gone, but no. 126, and he's going to have to fight for it down the lane here as 3 Shadow Roman was there, and the 5 Stingorama closing hard, but they can't quite get there as the Feast hangs on. He had a big lead, and it was certainly diminishing late, but he gets there in the end. 157, the Feast and Barrio win. They're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle next.
There's the Feast on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred's Winner's Circle here in tonight's 6th race. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Stay Hungry. From the Big Jim Dam, Bernadette, home with Dr. Jim Shive of Rhines Creek, Nova Scotia. Levon Miller and John McGill are the breeders, trained by Trevin Shive. Joe Barrio's second winner on the night. He's got the double. And the horse has a new pacing record of 157. The Feast in the 6th. Down in the Winner's Circle, we have the Walter Simmons Memorial Trackside Cooler presentation with plenty of friends and family joining us on this Friday night here at historic Summerside.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations. Bring them to your next community event or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the 6, Blue Pharaoh 6, Eagles Claw 5th, Shadow Roman 3rd. Zendaya's Moonshine was scratched. Stingorama finished 2nd. The Feast was the winner. Sergeant Crowley finished 4th. They went 27-2, 56-3, 126, and the mile 157. In review, 653, scratched 214. The Feast 210, Exactor 370, Triactor 1340. Superfactor was 270.
All right, welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside, and it's a race announcer reunion night, and the guy that calls all the action in the booth gets a couple of breaks tonight with some old friends and colleagues. And Vance Cameron, welcome to the Race Day desk.
Well, thank you for having me, gentlemen.
It's great. You know, we had so much history over the years with you and so many conversations, but keeping all the stories, and the people that were calling in online want to know, of course, how did it all start for Vance Cameron?
Well, for me, the greatest voice ever for race calling in Summerside was a guy by the name of Ed Waters. And I loved to come to this racetrack and listen to him every night that they raced in Summerside. And Ed was going to retire. So I had my sister, who was big in the game at the time, and she knew the management. And Bob Doerr was running the place at the time. And I got her to ask, you know, could I have a shot? Just give me one shot. I got the shot. And it started from there.
All right, we'll pick it back up, but first the post parade.
Now parading are the entries in race number 7, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, Grassroots Division. 1, Tobin's Cover Girl, owned by Corey Livingston and Max Sell. Your driver, Adam Murner. 2, Hail Force Wins, owned by Donna and Courtney McLean. Jason Hughes aboard. 3, Electrifying, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean. Daryl drives. 4, Halmack Dixie, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, Victor Putty, and Heather Sheen. Your driver tonight, Ryan DeRoche. 5, Terrorizer This, owned by Jeff Valley. Your driver, Mark Campbell. 6, Mrs. Gallant, no relation, owned by Peter Germany, Gilby Lance, and BMD Memorial Stable, driven by Kenny Murphy. 7, Gia's Gem, owned by Donna Wilson. The driver is Claire McDonald. 3 minutes to post in race number 7.
And that, of course, is Kevin Boomer Gallant, and he joins us for race number 7 tonight, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, Grassroots Division. And so, Vance, that's how it all started, eh? Bob Doerr is a name that comes to mind quite often.
You know, he was something else. He was a complete gentleman. He was known for the Columbo type coat and the fedora, but he was all racing. He wore it on his arm, just a genuine gentleman. And he gave me a shot, and that was 49 years ago. Yeah. And, you know, we're still going. We're still having fun at it, guys. That's the big thing.
I was just going to mention that. So 49 years, you're closing in on 49 years. I think it's October in the booth. So it's 17, Vance. Take us back to then. How are you feeling calling that first couple of races?
Oh, pretty nervous, guys. I'm telling you, like, I'm just a kid at 17. It was new to me, and I was trying so hard to get, you know, to make the call and impress the management so they'd pay me maybe on the end. It wasn't big pay now, boys, I'll tell you that. But I want to say something about tonight, about race announcers reunion night. I have to thank Rocky Skirman and Alan Goody for putting this together. I know Alan came to me right off the hop, and I couldn't say yes quick enough to bring these guys back, to let them do their race call as we celebrate 150 years here in Summerside. My first plate in '78, it was a track record 203 and 4, 150 and 3 here in plate elimination. Well, she's come a long way, guys.
Yeah, it certainly has. You know, some of the favorite memories you mentioned, I touched on them there, but I have to take you back to probably the call that you always wanted was to break the 150, and you got it.
You know, that's absolutely right. With Mickey Shan, and then when you heard Corey McPherson talk about the race after it, and he heard the 3/4, and he said, you know, I'm going to take a shot at it here. And he took that shot, and we got that 149 and 4 mile, and for me, that was just an incredible day.
So, Vance, I want to ask you about people talk about your catchphrases, how you come up with them, how you incorporate them into the race, because I think that's what makes you special. Like, there's a lot of great announcers, but for you, you've got these catchphrases. How do they come about?
Well, let's do the first one, boys. Boom, just like that. I stole that from Daniel Limon. He was the French announcer up at Blue Bonnet. When I first heard it, I just absolutely loved it. So I said, Danny, you have the French one. I'll have the English one. And he was good to go with it. Yeah. And so then I'm a big Stompin' Tom fan.
Right.
So I took that to it and added into it, and it really caught on. Like, people liked it. Yeah. The brouhaha, I come up with that on my own. I remember there used to be some fights in the West End here in Summerside back in the day. And they'd call it a brouhaha. Yeah. There used to be a Donnybrook, and then it'd come in brouhaha. So I said, that's going to work good in a race, you know, when we got a couple or 3 horses wanting to lead.
Yeah, it works great. I love it. Yes, you know what? It's great. I know you got to go back up to the booth here, and we're running out of time on this one. But what's it like to be a part of this race announcers reunion night and see the guys again and get a chance to talk to them?
Incredible. I haven't seen Kevin Gallant for a long time, and we shook hands and embraced, and it felt good listening to Greg and Shannon, waiting to hear Boomer's call, and going to get to hear Joey Mills.
And Rocky did a great job.
Rocky, absolutely. It's just a real special night for a lot of people.
All right.
We had Alan McDonald on here. I know we got to go quick. he's got a few stories over the years.
Oh, Alan, look, an intelligent young man too, I will say, and he's been everywhere.
Yes.
Like, he's got a little Hank Snow in him.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Vance. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and we look forward to more of your calls tonight and the Plate 58.
Thanks a lot, guys, for having me on. It's a lot of fun.
All right, time getting ready to go here. The PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots. They're going for a purse of $9,550 for race number 7 tonight in Summerside. And Kevin Boomer Gallant will have the race call here. Boomer started his announcing career at the Charlottetown Driving Park in 1981 and called the races the CDP until 1997. He would also announce the race at Summerside Raceway in 1983 and 1984. You know, he's just... everybody wants to, when they heard about this and could find out that Boomer was coming back to call the race tonight, our phone's been blowing up for it. He's on race 7.
No question, Lee. And again, if you were a harness racing fan going back to the 80s, into the 90s, the 2000s, and you were around Charlottetown and Summerside, the voice was Kevin Boomer Gallant. And again, he was a guy that put some personality into the race, certainly like Vance does. He's got a little different style, but Boomer always had the catchphrases as well. And we're going to talk to him on the desk. He had some dynamite calls in the Gold Cup and Saucer, where, again, we'll touch on those. But, again, so excited to have him here tonight.
You know what? I don't know how many times he called me to the Women's Institute information window. I must have made 15 trips to that window. Anyway, it's fantastic. This is Race Day live from Summerside. Horses lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And upstairs for the race call, here is Kevin Boomer Gallant.
Race 7 on the backstretch. It's the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots division. They'll chase a purse of $9,550. Your starters are 1 on the rail, Tobin's Cover Girl. 2, Hail Force Wins. 3, Electrifying. 4 is Howmack Dixie. 5, Terrorizer This. 6, Mrs. Gallant. 7, on the outside is Gia's Gem. 7 fillies, grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Here they come. They're off and pacing 5 wide as they leave the gate. Up along the rail, Tobin's Cover Girl going for the lead. Up on the outside, Electrifying, looking for a second spot. In along the rail, Hail Force Wins has it. Electrifying parked out in the early going 3rd. 4th at the rail is Terrorizer This. They are racing up the backstretch first time. Going to the opening quarter, it's Tobin's Cover Girl with the lead up front. A tight second is Hail Force Wins. In at the rail 3rd now is Electrifying. From 4 is Terrorizer This, Mrs. Gallant, Gia's Gem, and the trailer Howmack Dixie. 28-2 by the opening quarter. They get set to swing off the 3/8 turn for the half-mile mark, and the leader from the outset, Tobin's Cover Girl, takes him on through the lane. First time in front of the stand. Tobin's Cover Girl on top. Second is Hail Force Wins, Electrifying 3rd. There's movement from the back, and the outside, Mrs. Gallant, followed by Howmack Dixie, and your trailer is Gia's Gem. 58 seconds flat by the half. They dip into the 5/8 turn, and it's still Tobin's Cover Girl on top. Up on the outside now, Electrifying is showing pacing, going after the leader. They race down the backstretch, going by the 3/4. Electrifying on the outside gets a neck in front. Tobin's Cover Girl is racing a second. Up on the outside, Howmack Dixie is moving on as they race on by the 3/4, going to the 7/8. 128-1. Electrifying on top by 4 and looking for more and getting it. Electrifying now by 5. Let's make it 6 open lengths as the fillies race through the stretch right down to the wire. Electrifying on top and pacing away. Up for second, it's tight. Howmack Dixie and Terrorizer This will be 3. Time for the mile, 1:57.3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3.
Well, here it is, the Universal Media slow-mo for you. PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies. Kevin Boomer Gallant with the call here, and electrifying. Daryl McLean had to wait a little while to get some racetrack, and then once this filly was able to get open track here, it was lights out.
Yeah, one decides to cut it. Tobin's Cover Girl, followed by Hill Force wins. Electrifying was third through 28 and 2, 58. And when Daryl McLean moved this horse up the backside, it was lights out through 128 and 1. A separation time down the lane here now. And Daryl sitting chilly in the bike here with a big move on the backside. And they said good night. 157 and 3. Electrifying and Daryl McLean. They win it here in Summerside. They're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner Circle next.
Parading back in front of the stand on their way to the winner's circle is your winner of the 3-year-old of Phillies Grassroots PEI Colt Stakes. Your number 3 entry, Electrifying. 3-year-old pacing filly by Source of Pride from the Dam General Lucky Percy, owned by Stephen Downey, Gordon McLean, and Daryl McLean. Daryl does the driving tonight, and the filly has just set a known personal record of 157 and 3 for 3, Electrifying. Here now are your official results of race 7. 1 Tobin's Cover Girl 7, 2 Hail Force wins 5, 3 Electrifying your race winner, 4 Hamac Dixie 2, 5 Terrorizer this 3, 6 Mrs. Gallant 4, and 7 Gia's Gem 6. Fractions for the mile, the quarter in 28 and 2, by the half 58 seconds flat, 3 quarters 128 and 1. The mile, a new pacing record for 3 Electrifying. That mile, 157 and 3. Top down, 751, 23, 4, 6. Here are your payouts on race number 7. The exactor 3-4 paid $144.80, $2 try, $1,100, $1.50. The 20-cent super, $406.97.
welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside on this Friday night, along with Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, Vance Cameron in the booth, and a host of others with our race announcers reunion tonight. We just heard from Kevin Boomer Gallant. He did the race call. He'll be joining us on the desk here. Still to come tonight, we have Joey Mills, and we had, of course, Vance Cameron in the mix here. Nice to hear Shannon Sugar Doyle and Greg Blanchard and Rocky Skierman with their calls. It's been fun.
Was on the desk.
Yeah, Alan McDonald was on the desk with some great stories.
Oh, my. And he's got some good ones off airs, too.
That's right. All right, so let's get you up to date now on the Basil Whalen Memorial. Of course, Governor's Plate 58 tomorrow night, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And as we make our way to that big race, and I've seen it come right down to the wire before. I've even seen it that we couldn't even present it that night because it was too tight. But there's a look at the Basil Whalen Memorial Trophy. The other standings for so far, Mark Campbell leading the way with 10, but it is tight.
Yeah, again, this is up to date right to race number 8 tonight. So Mark Campbell leading the way with 10. Paul Langell is second right now with 8. Corey McPherson is third with 7.
And right now we have a tie there with Ken Murphy and Gilles Barrio with 5 wins apiece as well. So that's what it looks like, the Basil Whalen Memorial. And we have the trophy. We'll be ready to present that tomorrow night, but we'll have to track as we get along here tonight. We've got 15 on the card tonight, another 15 dashes tomorrow. So it's going to be tight, and it's always a great race with the Basil Whalen Memorial. Let's slide in the picks here for race number 8. It's the Andrew Perry Memorial, as we look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. And you're leaning on the 2, Buckhead Ridge here, Peter, and your combination of a 2-6-7.
Yeah, I do like 2 here on the post position. This horse was real good in the Open July 2nd in Charlottetown, where the left 2 went all the way for the win, 55 and 3, 27 and 2. I do like 6, just on the a little bit of a better post than 7 tonight. So Fight Song is the 6 for Hughes here tonight, and Flemstein, who's been great since arriving on the island. So 2-6-7 for me.
Evening's 8th race, Andrew Perry Memorial Trot the Run Parade. Ocean View Nicky 1, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Gordon Coles of Charlottetown. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 2, Buckhead Ridge, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. New Legacy 3, owned by Jennifer Doyle of Stratford, Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall. Jennifer does the training, driven by Gilles Barrio. Desert Haze, number 4, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Joe Baxter, Corey McPherson. 5 is West River Jet, owned by Haley McDonald of Charlottetown. Claire McDonald is the trainer-driver. 6 is Fight Song, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 7 is Flemstein, owned by Max Webster Stable, Jeff Skinner, Daryl Murphy, and Claire Murphy, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy drives. Number 8, Hole Nother, has been scratched. Down to 2 minutes. The post time, the Atlantic Classic sale is set for Friday, October 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11 a.m. start time.
Okay, so race number 8 on track right now. This is the Andrew Perry Memorial. Great-looking group of trotters here as we get set to go, Peter. Exacta, 20-cent superfecta, and triactor. Kevin Boomer Galantis called the last race. We're going to have him on the race day desk here after this race as we get some words with Boomer here tonight. There's Buckhead Ridge coming into the action here right now. Mark Campbell doing the driving tonight for his son, Landon Campbell, and also the owner team there of Brady Doyle of Stratford. Boy, what can you say about this trotter? Most wins of any trotter probably in the country last year. Bit of a different story this year, but he draws inside tonight of the Charlottetown record holder.
Yeah, he's been real good his last 3 starts as well. Island Ocean 3 down there. Mark put this guy in the front. They were just collared late. Flemstein got up to win, but he raced great. Second, 57-2. Right back on July the 2nd. And again, similar tactics right down the highway and a win, 55-3. And closed home in a snappy 27-2. And then last time he had post 4, and he raced great again. Second by a head. They were duking it out down the lane, Flemstein and Buckhead Ridge. Flemstein got there by the slimmest of margins, but Buckhead Ridge a good second, 54-4. So he's on his game. Good post tonight, 3-5.
All right, there's a look at Fight Song right now, and coming into action here tonight in the Andrew Perry Memorial. So glad that we have this great race as trot event on the Friday night here in Summerside. We always look forward to it. And Fight Song's coming in here. Owner Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge, Ashley Gamester's the trainer, Jason the Blue Knight Hughes will do the driving here tonight. And since moving to the island in May of 2025, he's only missed the top 3 4 times. It's going to be interesting how he plays this here from post 6.
Yeah, again, Lee, I just like him a little bit. I know 6 is still an outside post, but he's on the inside of Flemstein here tonight. And again, you can see if you slide down the lines, post 5 there. If you go back to June 11th, he was a good second there, 54-4. Post 4 back on June the 18th. It was a winner, 56-4, 27-4. So we'll see what Jason does here tonight, but I think he's going to have to protect a little bit from post 6 here tonight. We're going to put him in for the deuce here. He had 10 wins last year. He's just a real nice trotter. Former track record holder in Charlottetown. Flemstein has it now, but he was the guy previous to that. So Fight Song from post 6 here tonight, 7-2.
Interesting to note that 3 record holders, previous ones and the current one, all going head-to-head here tonight.
I'll tell you, these guys are the best on the East Coast.
All right, we're going to look at the 7 now. This is Flemstein. Hasn't raced at Summerside, hasn't had the 7-hole, but this guy is a force from any post position and formerly raced at Northfield Park. And Kenny Murphy has been doing some great work. He has been doing great work in Summerside. Gets the track record here, has the track record for this trotter in Charlottetown for trainer Jennifer Doyle and Max Webster Stable, Jeff Skinner and Daryl Murphy, Claire Murphy. I mean, they got to be excited about this opportunity here.
Well, how about the year for Kenny so far? So he has the trotting record in Charlottetown with Flemstein. That was in June. Comes to Summerside in July and gets the pacing record in Summerside.
Put the sign up tonight.
Yeah, so again, he's had a monster 2026 as Kenny. And again, Flemstein, the thing I like about this guy is he can leave and he can finish. When you look at the lines here, he's always up handy, the action. Now, post 7 tonight, we'll see what happens. But he can also fire home. So 28-2, 27-2, 28, 27-3. He's such a versatile horse, and that's his biggest strength. He can leave and he can finish. So Flemstein tonight, 5-2.
Well, they're going for a purse of $8,000. The Andrew Perry Memorial. Always a great event. Always attracts top-line talent. And boy, do we have it here tonight in Summerside. The horse is in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Countdown clocks in. Up to the race call. Here is Vance Cameron.
Lee, I remember as a young boy reading the track record trot signs here. They were Little Art, and she was Topway. I think this race has track record trot written all over it. Andy Perry Memorial, Ocean View Nicky, Buckhead Ridge, New Legacy, Desert Haze, West River Jet, Fight Song, Flemstein. Post time, Rough and trotting. Desert Haze will get the first call. Second is Buckhead Ridge. Joining them third is Fight Song. And Getaway fourth, New Legacy. Flemstein trots up on the outside fifth. Ocean View Nicky sixth. And the early trailer, West River Jet is seventh. Desert Haze leading to the backstretch. And early company coming to call. Fight Song strikes the lead for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes. Second is Desert Haze. Buckhead Ridge third. Flemstein took a seat in fourth. New Legacy fifth. Ocean View Nicky sixth. West River Jet 7:28. 3 open this one up. They trot around the turn in straight alignment on the point. That is Fight Song, the leader. Second is Desert Haze coming out of the turn. Third is Buckhead Ridge. Flemstein is tipped out fourth. Up the rail, New Legacy fifth. Underway sixth is Ocean View Nicky, followed by the trailer. West River Jet is seventh. Halfway home in 58 and 1. Midway around the clubhouse turn they go, arriving at 5-8. Fight Song, the leader, by 2. Now up and on the move on the outside. Buckhead Ridge goes underway. Desert Haze is self-destructed. Now Flemstein is taken over third. New Legacy fourth. Coming up fifth is Ocean View Nicky. West River Jet 6. Now the trailer, Desert Haze. The 3/4 in the books. Fight Song in track record time. 1:27 and 1 with an eighth of a mile left to go. You're watching history tonight in Summerside. Down the stretch they come. Buckhead Ridge now the leader. Fight Song is second. Flemstein third. Up against the clock. Buckhead Ridge will win for Mark Campbell. Tight for the deuce, Fight Song and Flemstein landing on the line together. And the new track record time, 1:55.3. Wow!
Okay, here's the slow-mo for the Andrew Perry Memorial Trot here tonight, and I thought Jason would leave her tonight with the Fight Song just being inside of Flemstein here tonight. He decides he wants to cut it here early tonight. Does Fight Song. Desert Haze was second, Buckhead Ridge third at that point, 28-3. They rolled to the half in 58-1. Mark goes first tonight with Buckhead Ridge, and they go to the backside, and he is up and at Fight Song and by him through 1:27 and 1, and down the stretch they come here now. Flemstein, like I said, he was tucked in early. He always finishes hard late, but the two had the jump as Mark went first, and he clears and is a winner. 1:55 and 3 for Buckhead Ridge and Campbell. They win the Andrew Perry Memorial Trot, and they're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner Circle next.
A 150 years ago, when Standardbred started racing in Summerside, they were all trotters. And 150 years later, you're looking at the fastest trotting horse in the history of harness racing in Summerside, and he is Buckhead Ridge, arriving at the 8th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Gelding. 6 years, the son of Nuncio, off the Ken Tab Hall Dam, Chuanella. Owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, bred by Russell Williams, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's in the driver's seat to establish the new track record of 1 155-3. Down at the winner's circle, it's the Andy Perry Memorial Cooler Presentation. Track record holder Buckhead Ridge and Campbell, who has the double. It's 155-3.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the 8th race. Ocean View Nicky 6th. Buckhead Ridge the race winner. New Legacy 5th. Desert Haze 7th. West River Jet 4th. Fight Song finished 2nd and had broken equipment. Flemstein was 3rd. Whole Nother was scratched. The track record fractions went 28-3. 58-1. 127-1, and that new track record standard 155-3. In review, your program reads 615-742-3 scratched. Buckhead Ridge 250, Exactor 1140, Triactor 1810, Superfecta 379.
So Race Day Live continues here in Summerside tonight, and we're getting back now. Another record-breaking performance in the Andrew Perry Memorial tonight. Race 9 is coming up next. Kevin Boomer Gallant joins us on the Race Day broadcast desk tonight, fresh out of that call on race number 7. Boomer, welcome back to the desk here tonight. It's great to have you here.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with two of the most knowledgeable people I see in harness racing TV. They're not here yet, actually.
No, you didn't change a bit.
That's Kurt and Rocky.
Yeah.
So you guys are awesome. It's a great show, and you know, my last race here was 1984, and this is the first time I've been back to Summerside in 42 years. And
wow.
30 years since announced, and it's a lot of memories from both. And tonight it was a pleasure to get up there and thank Vance for his hut from all of us that had to go up and do a race or two. But what a great promotion, and thank you to Rocky Skierman and Alan Goody. And so it was great to hear the different voices, different styles. And Dean Hoffman, who was the USDA editor for years, back in the 80s, wrote an article on the Maritimes when he visited here, and he said the best track announcers in the Maritime in the North America are from the Maritimes. So
wow.
To see here and the voices and meet the folks, the boys here tonight was a distinct pleasure.
And you know what, Boomer, you never missed a beat there. You did an excellent call there. How did it feel? Did it just like riding a bike? I mean, you used to play with the Chargers. I know that. But
you know, when I was done with the race, I looked at Rocky and I said, "Can I do 3 more?" You're a little nervous, as Vance said, your first race, and I think I had a diaper on when I did mine in 1981. But no, it's there's something about harness racing, and it's in your blood, and it's been 30 years since I called a horse race, and I really, really, really enjoyed it tonight. And these animals, they are beasts. The fillies, everybody looks so good, and it's the breeding from the last time I announced. But what a thrill to announce horses going under 2 minutes each and every time.
Tell us about your style, because again, we talked to Vance about his, but you had a style too. For us growing up, we were around the track. How did it all come together as an announcer?
Well, I think like all 7 of us could say tonight that we had the tape recorder going in our bedrooms over the years, but I just like to put on a show. And someone told me once, you have 2 minutes to put on a show 12 times a night, so I'm not that shy around a microphone or a camera. But it was a pleasure to start announcing it and just add. I listened to a few Larry Lederman and these guys in the States, and you pick up a few things, but I think I put a little excitement in. It's like singing the national anthem. You start here and you rise as it goes towards the end, and some people in the U.S. can't even sing their own anthem because it starts so high. But I use that analogy. Start here, there, often pacing, and then you just build. And then that final turn for home is where it's at. You do a fantastic job of it. We're going to get the post-parade out of the way here, and then we want to talk to you about some of your favorite calls, one in particular for sure. And we'll get the 9th race introduced here, and we'll come back with more with Kevin Boomer Gallant on Race Day Live in Summerside.
Ladies and gentlemen, now parading are the entries in tonight's 9th race, the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. Number 1, Sensational Gal. The owner is JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, Shill Barrio Drives. 2 is Trump's Girl, owned by Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart. The driver is Mark Campbell. Number 3, Broken Out of Gas, owned by Tammy Collings of Hazelbrook. The driver is Landon Campbell. Number 4, Wednesday's Child. Owner is Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Paul Langell at the lines. 5 is Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks. The driver, Adam Murner. And number 6 is Freaky Fanny. The owner is Josh McDonald of Little Pond. The driver, Darren Crow. Ladies and gentlemen, visit the Red Shores Racing page for free race programs and post-time picks, also race replays.
Well, thanks very much, Joey. Joey Mills in the booth here. He'll be calling race number 9, the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. Back with Kevin Boomer Gallant here. And Kevin, we talked about all the great memories over the years and your calls, but I'm going to take you back to the one in the stretch that everyone's still talking about, and that was the stretch drive in the Gold Cup and Saucer with Rev Your Engine and Angel Shadow. Yeah, I knew you were going to say that, and it stands out for me in my 17 years in the booth. And that was it was the mud. It's sort of a downer when it does rain on big night. And but Angel Shadow was in command. And you know, Lee and Peter, I just watched that race again back in December and realized that Rev Your Engine was last at the half. And you know, Marcel was picking him up, putting him down with Angel Shadow, and on the backstretch, I think Rev Your Engine went 4 wide, and he was a monster. You could see his body 4 wide out going after it. And they hooked up past the 3/4, and whoever in the stretch drive, whoever took that next step, got the nose in front. It was almost like a thoroughbred race, and that's why I said, who's got it, who's going to win it, because I didn't know 14 feet before the wire, and then Rev Your Engine just took that step, and his nose went with it. And but yeah, it's been a memorable race for a lot of people. And Scott Russell, who was CBC Olympics and Sports, started here in Charlottetown, and he takes that tape of that race to inspirational speeches he does, how 2 horses and the fans behind it and everything else inspired 20,000 people that night. So it's a memory maker for sure.
Oh, legendary call, legendary. People still talking about it. I want to ask you too about your childhood friend Harry Polton coming home and winning the Gold Cup with Stargaze Hanover. Tell us about that.
Well, you know, Harry and I went to school in Rochford Square, grade 1 and 2. We used to have races at recess, and I always won.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I was a little skinny mini back then, but Of course I did. But he got me in that Stargaze Hanover, when he was pulling away that night, and Harry leaning back, and he raises the whip, and I mean, he had luck with Matt Scooter and on the road again, and boy, and Stargaze coming home with Harry and winning that was a heart-throbbing experience as well, for sure.
And one more for me before we go. I got to ask you about Winner's Accolade, because I tie your calls to him a lot. He was a great horse in the Maritimes for a long time, and you called a lot of his wins.
I did, and the biggest one I think was, well, the Gold Cup and Saucer and the Royal Pace, but he was a horse that tried. I like people or horses or anybody that tries hard, and he'd have his bum down and his front up, and he was all business on the racetrack. And the Gold Cup and Saucer, I said that he's on top by 4 and looking for more. I hope we would have got to say it tonight. Daryl McLean goes ahead by 4. I measured it. Yeah. And next thing, he was looking for more, and he got it. But
fantastic.
I want to say hi to Tracy Troy, Bill Cass, Doug Brown, Brad Diamond, and Scott Waddell, who does a great job. They're all tuning in tonight, folks.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Kevin, Boomer Gallant, an awesome to have you here tonight for the call. Great to join us on the desk tonight. Thank you very much.
Hey, it's been a pleasure, folks, and all the best to Vance and the crew the next day and a half, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, time running out here to get your tickets for the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares consolation here tonight. And boy, what a great looking field here. There's a look at the 5 Tobin's Brownie right now. Anna Murner training and driving tonight for Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks at Springvale. And they're getting into the action here. But you can go 1 through 6 in this field, Peter. What a competitive group.
Yeah, let's take a look at the board here before we go. Sensational Gal on the rail for Barrio, and they're 11-1 tonight. Trump's Girl took most of the early money and is the choice right now. Mark Campbell will drive from post 2 tonight, and they are the favorites. Broken Out of Gas, it's Landon Campbell tonight from post 3 at 8-1. Wednesday's Child for Langell tonight from post 4 at 8-1. You mentioned Tobin's Brownie and Murner. They're post 5 at 17-1. And Freaky Fanny, who's been racing well. The combo of Darren Crow and Freaky Fanny have worked out well over the past month or so. They're post 6 tonight, and Darren does the driving on Freaky Fanny at 6-1. So last chance to bet here in race number 9.
There's a look at Freaky Fanny right now. Darren Crow in town tonight. Josh McDonald, Little Pond, is the owner. Art Kennedy's here too, I was told. So he's traveling.
Is he?
Yeah, he's on the road.
Over and say hi then.
Yeah, hope. But he'd be busy right now. So we're getting set here for the 9th race. So Joey Mills has been associated with Summerside Raceway since he was 10 years old. He started out doing various jobs around the track and eventually found his way to the announcer's booth. He began announcing matinee races in Summerside and Tyne Valley and moved to the announcer's booth to call live harness racing cards here at Summerside Raceway. It's a pleasure to have him back here tonight. It's the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. And the countdown clock is going in. So let's go upstairs for the race call. Here's Joey Mills.
Race number 9, the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Consolation. Moving on to the upper turn. Entries are Sensational Gal, Trump's Girl, Broken Out of Gas, Wednesday's Child. 5 is Tobin's Brownie. The outside in 6 is Freaky Fanny. 6 starters, top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing out for the lead. Trump's Girl at the rail second. Sensational Gal driving up on the outside. Tobin's Brownie is now to the top. Second is Trump's Girl at the rail third. Sensational Gal outside getting in now. Fourth is Wednesday's Child. In fifth, broken out of gas. And Freaky Fanny is the trailer on the back stretch. Trump's Girl is moving to the top. Second is Tobin's Brownie at the rail third. Sensational Gal. Wednesday's Child goes fourth. Fifth is broken out of gas. And Freaky Fanny can see them all. Past the opening quarter in 28 and 2. Around the 3/8 turn they come. On top, Campbell has Trump's Girl out in front, the leader. Second is Tobin's Brownie. At the rail racing third, Sensational Gal. Moving fourth is Wednesday's Child, now tipping out. Fifth is broken out of gas. And Freaky Fanny trails the field past the halfway point. 57 seconds. Moving into the lower turn, now going to the 5/8. It's Trump's Girl with the lead. Tobin's Brownie is second. Sensational Gal at the rail third. Moving up now, fourth is broken out of gas. They're going now to the 3/4. On top of this field, it's Trump's Girl. Tobin's Brownie is second. At the rail third, Sensational Gal. Moving on the outside, Wednesday's Child. Past the 3/4. Moving on to the upper turn. 1:25 and 2 past the 3/4. Turning on down the home stretch. It's Trump's Girl. Tobin's Brownie. Moving up on the outside. Sensational Gal. Through the stretch, it's Trump's Girl and Campbell again. Here they are. The mile in 1:53 and 4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 9 tonight from Redshores in Summerside. Brought to you by Universal Media here. And Trump's Girl is going to deliver as the chalk choice here for Mark Campbell. Put on the point, and they never look back through. 28 and 2 here tonight, 57 seconds flat. Tobin's Brownie raced well tonight, pocketing up all the way, was sitting 2 at that point, and Sensational Gal third. Still the boss was Trump's Girl at 57 through 1:25 and 2, and down the stretch she comes here now and is going to be a winner on the close-up from UMI. Trump's Girl and Campbell all the way at Red Shores Summerside, and they're back in the Woodmere Standardbred's winner circle next.
We do have an early bird 50-50 winning number here. That's the early bird 50-50 winning number, 320-619. That's 320-619. That's the early bird prize winner.
Now parading back to the wire, the unofficial winner in tonight's 9th race, the 2-entry Trump's Girl, 5-year-old bay pacing horse, owned by Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart. Mark Campbell's in the driver's seat, his 3rd winner of the night. The mile in 1:53 and 4 for 2 Trump's Girl. Now the official results in race 9. 1, Sensational Gal, third. 2, Trump's Girl, the race winner. 3, Broken Out of Gas, finished fourth. 4, Wednesday's Child was sixth. 5, Tobin's Brownie finished second. And number 6, Freaky Fanny, was fifth. Fractions were 28 and 2, 57, 125 and 2, and the mile in 153 and 4 for number 2, Trump's Girl. Top down 3, 1, 4, 6, 2, 5.
So we're back here in Summerside for 150 years of racing, celebrating that with Race Day days, a Lobster Carnival. So great to have the Midway back in the parking lot on the way in tonight.
Love it.
Wasn't it great to see?
So close. You're able to go to the Midway, back in to watch the races. Just a great decision this year to bring everything together.
Yeah, you know what? I want to give a shout out to Warren Ellis, Summerside Chrysler Dodge, who of course is the title sponsor of the Governor's Plate. But I know he was a big advocate of making sure that this got back together again. He thought it was really, really important. I know he worked with the city of Summerside, with the mayor and the group, and to have it all back together tonight, you really feel the buzz.
You do. Like I said on the way up here tonight, as a kid, when you came to Summerside, you were so close to the Midway and the racing. You went back and forth all night, so it felt like that again here tonight. And looking forward to seeing Warren tomorrow night. We see him the Governor's Plate every year.
That's right. Well, we are just want to do a shout out. The Governor's Plate draw was on Tuesday night. The Gold Cup ambassadors were here, and Kelly Fian had the group up here. We announced them just a couple of weeks ago, and we want to thank Stanhope Electric for their donation of the 150 years of racing in Summerside t-shirts worn by the Gold Cup ambassadors. And Stanhope Electric are reliable electrical solutions for your home and business, and you can call them at 902-940 4350 for a quote. All right, we're going to roll in the picks here for the PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, the gold division. They go for 19,100, and you are leaning on the 3, always in full force.
Yeah, it was a tough decision here. I leaned to the 3 based on post position, always in full force for Barrio and McGuigan. Hard to go against Serenity Now here for our colleague Kurt Hughes, who owns the 3-year-old filly by sports writer Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes drives. We'll call for second here, but she could be a winner, no doubt. And for third, the 5, Mysterious Ways here from Erna tonight. 375 for me. Post time picks goes 375, and the classifier puts the 7 on top with the 3 and the 5.
6th division of the PEI Colt Stakes on the 10th race parade. Beach Jewels, number 1. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Corey McPherson driving. 2 Bayonetta, owned by a numbered company out of Mount Jolie, Quebec, Charles Goudreau, trains, Maxime Goudreau drives. Always in Full Force, number 3, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon River, trained by Mike McGuigan, driven by Gilles Barriol. 4 Hatchling, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Symes of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell, driven by Mark Campbell. 5 is Mysterious Ways, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, tonight out of Murder. Magnificent Rose wears number 6, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly, trained by George Renison, driven tonight by Kenny Murphy. 7 Serenity now is owned by Kurt Hughes from Alexandra, trained by Ashley Gamester, driven by Jason Hughes. We're down to your final call for wagering here on race number 10. It's your final call to make your 10th race selections. You're watching Race Day Live from Summerside, PEI. Coming up next, a message from Tourism, PEI.
Every so often, it's nice to order your dinner on the ocean instead of on an app. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
All right, so the 10th race on track right now, the PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies. It's a gold division here. They're going for 19,100. Good-looking field. There's a 3 right now, always in full force. Peter, your top pick in here for James Whalen Jr. of Vernon River. Michael McGuigan is the trainer, and Gilles Barriot gets called to do the driving here tonight. Back-to-back stakes wins, over $32K in the bank. She's having a great season.
She is, and again, 4 for 7 in the win column already this year, 7 for 7 in top threes, up over 32,000 in the bank. And we'll take a look at some of the lines. The Turner Arturo there, left 2, finished 3rd. Windermere Sky, 55-1, 28-4, but right back to Northside on the 20th in the A there, and raced well, got front, and was a winner, 55-2, 29. And then the Stanfield Arturo again got to the front, never looked back, coast to coast for the victory, 55-3, 28-4. So I think, judging by the line, she'll be up ante the action here tonight for Barriot, 2-1.
Well, her colleague Kurt Hughes, Peter, Serenity now, very excited about this filly. Probably not that happy with the post position here tonight, but Serenity now coming in. His brother Jason Hughes doing the driving for his trainer Ashley Gamester here today, and coming into this mix. Another strong contender in here. 7-hole may complicate matters a little bit, but I think she's going to be part of the exotics, and she looks good out there right now.
Beautiful looking filly on the track. And Lee, I've talked to Kurt quite a bit through her 2- and 3-year-old campaign, and what we always talk about is how well she can finish a mile. So you look down the lines, 28-2, 27-4, 28-4, a little further down, 27-4. So yeah, post 7, not the best post position on a half-mile track. But again, Serenity now, if you can get a trip from Jason, which Jason can work out here tonight, if they're close at the top of the lane, look out, because she can absolutely fire home. Serenity now here for Hughes. So again, big chance tonight. 3's going to be up hand of the action, but Serenity now will be flying late.
Yeah, I love the final closing quarters. That's something I always look at from a handicapper point of view. So if we can get this filly into action here, she can really close like a freight train. So looking for it. Nice price there at 9-5. All right, there's a look at the 5. We've got a 7-pack, 7-horse field in here. Good-looking division in the gold division here for $19,100. And there's a look at the 5. This is Mysterious Ways here. Adam Murner driving for Stephen Quinn. And John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown. They're coming into it. 3-year-old Philly Bay Blood Money, who's been in the money 7 for 8 in top 3. So seems like a must-play in here.
You look down the lines, it's all 1, 2s, and 3s. We'll take a quick look. Here we go back to May 24th there in Charlottetown, or the 28th, excuse me. A winner 58 and 4, closed 30. But since then has really raced well against tough competition. Atlantic Sire Stake A's North Side, a good third there, 58 and 2. And then the Stanfield and Truro, again tucked in the entire way. A third is Serenity Now, 56 and 3, 29 seconds. So yeah, consistency is what Mysterious Ways offers here. Got to put her in, 10 to 1.
Well, I know we have some guests tonight in Charlottetown at our new restaurant there at Red's, and they're tuning into the action tonight. And if you're tuning in, if you need more information, everything you need for racing, you can go to our player portal at Redshores.ca. That'll give you all the stats and everything you need to know. Post position 1 and post position 4 are the top post positions here in Summerside with data compiled by Standard Canada. We keep it updated right after each card. Well, a good-looking betting board there. Race number 10. Horses are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, countdown clocks in. Now let's send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Well, Lee, got some guests up here in the booth, and it's Corey Mills. He come over to listen to his brother Joey. He brought his son Alex, who come over to listen to his uncle Joey. And I wanted to meet Alex, and now I've done, so it's completed. And they're up here, and they're going to watch the 10th, the division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Beach Jewels, Bayonetta, always in full force. Hatchling, Mysterious Ways. Magnificent Rose, Serenity Now. She's on the outside. Here they come. Bayonetta's on the run here at the start. Rough and pacing, always in full force. The first one out. Second on the outside. Off stride in the turn, always in full force. Wow, she jumped it off early, inheriting the lead. Mysterious Ways for Adam Murner. Second up the rail, that's Hatchling coming up third. That is Serenity Now, and she's taking dead aim at the leader on the back stretch. Going to the opening quarter, and Serenity Now and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, have the lead. They're still on the outside. Second at the rail, Mysterious Ways. They open it up in 28 and 4. Hatchling around the turn, racing third. Beach Jewels a fourth. On the inside, fifth. That's Magnificent Rose. Moving wide from a 6. That's Bayonetta. In the backfield, always in full force, the trailer. And they arrive at the half next. Serenity Now, halfway home. Second is Mysterious Ways. Then in third, Hatchling on the move on the outside. Fourth, that's Bayonetta. Up the rail, Beach Jewels fifth. 58 and 1 over to the half. Rounding the turn, arriving at the off stride on the lead. Serenity Now has jumped it off. And Mysterious Ways now the leader once again. Second up the rail is Beach Jewels are racing up the inside. Magnificent Rose third. Fourth on the outside is Hatchling. Bayonetta now fifth. Then in sixth, Serenity Now, always in full force. The trailer, all the favorites are out of it. 3/4 in 1, 28 and 1. Oh, with an 1/8 of a mile left to go, you're going to need a wheelbarrow here to take home the money. Down the stretch they come, led by Mysterious Ways. Beach Jewels up the inside. Magnificent Rose set the camera up on the wire. Wow! It might have been Beach Beach Jewels on the far outside, but it's picture time in here. 157 flat.
All right, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the 3-year-old fillies gold division of PI Colt Stakes. Wow, what a race that was. 3 breakers in that race there. And what a stretch drive this is coming through. I'm not really sure if it's posted yet, Peter, or not, but Beach Jewels on the far outside, set off at 6-1 odds. Does she get it?
Yeah, very, very close here, Lee. We'll take you through it. Always in full force. One of the favorites breaks early. So Jason moves quickly through 28 and 4 from post 7 to get the lead at 58 seconds flat. And you're thinking she's in good shape as they swing to the backside. Serenity now goes on the run. 128 and 1. It was still Mysterious Ways. Hatchling breaks late. So they're going to battle down the stretch there, the 5 and the 1. And still not sure who gets this here yet, but it could be Beach Jewels. We'll have to wait for the official result. Here it is in 157 flat as we pick up the graphic package here in a moment. Yes, it is Beach Jewels at 6-1, getting there in the end for Corey McPherson, and they'll be back in the Woodmere Standardbred winner circle in just a moment.
Beach Jewels wins the photo finish in the 10th, and she's going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle. Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Arthur Bluechip from the Some Beach Somewhere Dam Preakness, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. Bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish, trained by Kevin McLean. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat this night, taking her right to her 2-year-old record of 157. Beach Jewels captures a division of the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the 10th race: Beach Jewels the winner, Bayonetta 5th, Always in Full Force finished 7th, had broken equipment. Hatchling was 4th, Mysterious Ways 2nd, Magnificent Rose was 3rd, Serenity Now finished 6th. They went 28-4, 58-1, 128-1, and the mile 157. In review, it's 157, 4-2, 3-6. Beach Jewels 15-20 to win. Exactor 113.40. The Triactor $888, and the Superfecta 20 cent 460.23.
Okay, so Race Day Live continues here in Summerside tonight. Race number 11 is coming up next. We do have an additional chart line on the 3, Starship Destiny, back on Tuesday, July 14th. Left from post 5, finished 4th. Race time at 1:58, and Jason Hughes was the driver on that day. Well, it's race announcer reunion night here in Summerside, celebrating 150 years, and what a pleasure it is to have Joey Mills on the Race Day broadcast desk. Joey, welcome back to Summerside. Nice to have you here tonight.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Lee.
Yeah. It's great to be here. We want to ask, as we started out with all the great history of announcers, how did you first get involved in the announcing role in the industry?
Probably when I started coming to the track when I was maybe 10 years old, 12 years old. My mother was working here. My dad was also working here. And I would come with them to the track, and I think just listening to Vance back in the day and all the old announcers, Boomer, and that's where you kind of got the interest in it, definitely.
And do you remember your first kind of race? Where did you start out? Were you on the matinee tracks before getting here? What was your sort of first call?
Yeah, I think the winter racing here in Summerside is when I started it, and then they did the matinees, and I did that, and then moved on to Tyne Valley and the other matinee tracks. And yeah, I only announced probably for maybe 2 or 3 years that I can remember, but yeah, it was a lot of fun back in the day for sure.
Now, you were saying that we were just saying before you come on the desk here, you never missed a beat tonight, and it's been quite a while since we've been back in the booth. Did you say it was like over 30 years or 30?
I think my last call was in '87, so I think 39 years. Yeah.
And how did it feel to be back tonight?
Yeah, it was fine, no problems at all. Practice in the shower today a little bit.
Okay, good. What about some of your favorite calls and memories on the mic in the announcer's booth, Joey?
Not really so many myself, but just listening to, I don't know, the Gold Cup and Saucers back in the day when Boomer would be doing it, and you'd go to Charlottetown and listen to him do the post parade. And I still say that I don't think there's anything like that back in the day when he would be doing the post parade, and there'd be 20,000 people there, and he'd have everybody with goosebumps by doing his post parade. And I think that's where it all started from back then.
And what's it like sitting up with the guys tonight? I know you're upstairs in the Oval tonight. What's it like talking to the guys that have been previous announcers and just sharing stories tonight?
Unreal listening to Alan McDonald tell stories. Like, I can't believe for someone 74 years old how much he can remember, and the horses, and I'm thinking, I don't remember any of that, but anyway, he's unreal. Listening to Boomer too, he was beside me there, and yeah, we had some good conversations.
Well, we could have had Alan on the desk longer with his stories that we have. We may have to take him back.
Yeah.
Maybe he should write a book.
Yeah.
Unreal. Yeah, he's an entertainer for sure.
Did you think growing up in Summerside or around the area that you'd become a track announcer when you first started coming to the track with your parents? What kind of led you towards the announcing?
I don't think so back then. I don't think that it was something that I thought I'd ever do. Anyway, yeah, it was all good.
All right, we'll catch up more in a minute. Here's the post parade for the 11th.
Hamac Charmer on the 11th race parade, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Angel drives. No More Fear, number 2, is owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Starship Destiny 3, the owners are Philip Darage, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Latt, trained by Mario Macri. Jason Hughes up. Elroy Shiner 4 is owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet driving. Hound on the Beach, number 5, owned by Martin Waugh from Sayabec, Quebec, trained by Charles Goodrow. Maxime Goodrow driving. Weimar Jimbo, number 6, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustigo, trained by Eric Doucette. Kenny Murphy driving. No Money Honey, number 7, owned by Brody Ellis and Joshua Moore from Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Ellis. And the drive goes to Mark Campbell. There's 3 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, and gaming floors.
Yeah, lots of action tonight in our social media platforms as well, as Vance mentioned, on Facebook, X, and of course on our Instagram account there. And we've got the All-Stars back in action tomorrow night for the handicapping challenge here. Under 2 minutes to go for race number 11. Joey Mills joins us on the desk here. And just before we sign off on it, Joey, you were saying what a thrill it was to have all the guys back here tonight, and all part of the 150th anniversary here in Summerside. So indeed a special night for you.
Unreal. It's been great, actually. Yeah.
And I remember just reading a little bit of your bio there that you said one of your favorite things to do now is to bring your grandkids to the backstretch in Summerside and watch a couple of races. Tell us about that.
Yeah, most times we'll just go get an ice cream first, and if they want to come over, we'll watch a race on the backstretch. But when the ice cream's gone, they want to go home.
Good memories, though.
Yeah, unreal. Yeah, it's really nice.
Joey, it's been a pleasure having you part of the race announcers reunion tonight. Thanks for doing it in the booth, and also for the great call you made tonight and joining us on the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. You do a great job.
Thank you very much, Joey.
Thanks.
Thank you, Joey. All right, Joey Mills, and that's race number 11 on the track here right now. And Joey did call the last race there, did a great job of it. All right, back to the track we go here for race number 11 tonight. Exacta 20-cent superfecta tractor wagering. You can take your ticket on track here with the Wild Horses. They carry a jackpot of $25. That's Halmac Charger. We just saw Charmer rather on the screen there, leaving off the rail tonight for Paul Angel and Kyle Williams. And there is the 2, No More Fear for Adam Murner and Paul Doyle tonight. Shares ownership with Della J in Charlottetown, and coming in it together. Tougher assignment tonight in here tonight, but tracked along last Saturday in the 951s, but moves up a bit here now.
Yeah, he looked good last time out. Leaving 2. Again, like you said, pocket ride the whole way and then reaching up at the very end and collaring Spacjaro just at the wire. 54-2, 29. He raced really well. If you go down a little bit further, June 20th, 9:51 level, a good second there to Mr. Riley, 56-2, 29-2. So he's been sharp of late, and he makes the move to Summerside here tonight. Murner to drive, No More Fear at 11-1, and we saw a shot of the 1 just a little bit earlier, Hamac Charmer. He's a horse that actually won as well in Summerside 951s and 55-1. So he's going up the ladder to the 1251s tonight in a good spot as the favorite.
Well, this summer it's the rule. The Road Ram sales event. Select 2026 Ram trucks are 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $11,500 in cash discounts. Have confidence when you buy a Ram. We now offer the best-in-class warranty, 10 years of 160,000 kilometers. Countdown clocks in for race number 11. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Almac Charmer, No Mo Fear, Starship Destiny. Elroy Shiner, Hound on the Beach, Weimar Jimbo, and No Money Honey are at the top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing Elroy Shiner fires to the front. Hamac Charmer is second. Hound on the Beach comes up from the outside third. No Mo Fear away fourth. Then in fifth, Starship Destiny. Reimer Jimbo sixth. And the trailer, No Money Honey, is seventh on the backstretch. Elroy Shiner's lead, it's going to be short-lived. Here's the 1-9 chalk headed to the front. Hamac Charmer in line to Paul Angel take over. Elroy Shiner gave way for the two-hole ride. Hound on the Beach races third. No Mo Fear in mid-pack fourth. Opening it up in 28-4. Racing from fifth, that is Starship Destiny. Sixth is Weimar Jimbo, followed by the trailer. No Money Honey is seventh. Off the paddock turn, they straighten down the stretch, and they have the half mile in their sights. On the point, Hamac Charmer is halfway home. Elroy Shiner second. Hound on the Beach third. Racing fourth, that's No Mo Fear. Fifth is Starship Destiny. Reimer Jimbo sixth. No Money Honey is seventh. 59 and 1, a comfortable opening half mile for Hamac Charmer here. He may have stole it now. Racing from second is Elroy Shiner, third at the rail. Hound on the Beach. No Mo Fear is fourth. Fifth is Starship Destiny, then Weimar Jimbo, and No Money Honey, 3/4 in the books. Hamac Charmer got them there in 1:28 flat. They're starting to pick him up. And they're starting to put them down now, and they're homeward bound. Hamac Charmer the leader. Elroy Shiner is second. Hound on the Beach. No Mo Fear closing up at the rail, but it's Hamac Charmer in line to Paul Angel on the line. No Mo Fear on the inside second. Elroy Shiner held third, and the time for the mile 1:56 and 2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo replay from Redshores and Summerside tonight. It was race number 11. The slow-mo brought to you by Universum Media, and Hamac Charmer, again, looked good last time out. He was a winner 55 and 128 and 3. He looked good here tonight. Didn't sit in the two-hole long. Langell wanted to cut this with Hamac Charmer, and he's out and around, and the boss through 28 and 4 for him at that point. 59 and 1 still Hamac Charmer. They go past the half, and you can see here now he's in deep stretch, and he's going to hang on because the 2 is coming up on the inside here, trying to close in late. But Hamac Charmer had the jump, and Langell wanted to cut this all the way here tonight. They're going to win 156 and 2. No Mo Fear. He's been sharp of late. He rallies in for second. Elroy Shiner sat pocket most of the way. He'll end up third in here tonight. So it's 1, 2, 4 in race number 11. Hamac Charmer and Langell back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner's Circle next.
Almac Charmer on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle from the 11th. Pacing gelding 6 by Malicious. Off the Apache's Fame Dam, Jojo Shabla. Owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario. Bred by Almac Farms Limited. Trained by Kyle Williams, and Paul Langell guides him to victory in 156 and 2. Almac Charmer delivers in the 11th. Here's the official results in the 11th. Almac Charmer the winner. No Mo Fear second. Starship Destiny fourth. Alroy Shiner third. Hound on the Beat sixth. Weimar Jimbo was seventh. No Money Honey finished fifth. The fractions went 28 and 4. 59 and 1. 128. And the mile in 156 and 2. In review, 1, 2, 4, 3, 6. 7-5. Almac Charmer 210. Exactor $4. Triactor $16.30. And the Super Factor was $8.37.
Okay, so race number 12 is coming up next here in Summerside on this Friday night, and Race Day Live continues. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies Grassroots Division, $9,550 is the purse, and the one, Nevaeh Divine, has been scratched. Let's have a look at the late pick 4. This is going to come up here on the last 4 races on the program. That low 15% takeout, $1,000 guaranteed pool in there. So all you have to do is pick the winners in the last 4. Seems easy, Peter,
but it's not.
But it's not. We will be rolling here for the last part of the program. Then we're getting ready for tomorrow, and that post time is at 5 o'clock. Brand new post times that we did in Saturdays this year, and they've been going over well.
Going over very well. And just a reminder for the folks as well, there's a pre-party from 3 to 5 here at Redshores in Summerside, so drop by, please. And there'll be some appetizers available as well. We'll have some music again this year, and the program starts at 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, Governor's Plate 58 presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. I don't know if we have time to put the picks in here for the 12th. There we go. 5, 3, and 2, Peter. That's what you're working on.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a value play here on Stormy's Hush Money for Campbell. I do like 3 here. Could have been a lady, Langell. They'll be tough. And the 2, Rose Nose Money for McPherson, 5-3-2 for me. Post time picks at 3-2-6. Classifier is matching as well.
12th race of the division of the PEI Colt Stakes. On parade, 1, the Bay of Divine is scratched. 2 is Rose Knows Money, owned by the estate of Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson up. Could Have Been a Lady, number 3. The owners are Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCackran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams. Paul Angel trains and drives. Trouble Is Here, number 4, owned by Mary Jean, Zach Noy, Kristen Phillips, and Krista Dunsford, trained by Jay Noy, Zach Noy driving. Stormy's Hush Money, number 5, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan, Mark Campbell. Blood Magic 6, owned by Paul and Von Doyle of Charlottetown. Paul is the trainer, driven by Adam Murder. Starship Sundancer, number 7, owned by Claude Poirier from Javier-Maisons, Quebec. Earl Watts is the conditioner, driven by Ryan Durage. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 12. Good luck to Mark Campbell and Keith Legg, who will be representing the Atlantic region at the 2026 National Driving Championship at Clinton Raceway in Ontario. And Lee and Peter, we have another new track record here in Summerside, and you might not know this one, that our timer, Paul McCausland, has set the track record for timing for the most announcers in one night in the history of Summerside.
There you go. That is a great record. Good for him.
Very good, Vince. We never think of things like that, so congratulations to Paul.
Yeah.
And I know he's here a lot, so Paul, good on you.
Yeah, it's a special night, too, and to be part of it, that's an interesting track record, for sure. I just have to mention the National Driving Championship, how much fun that's going to be. We're going to make our way to Clinton Raceway. The Stanley Canada Board of Directors will be there. I'll be there with Bruce Wood and Jamie Ramsey from the Atlantic region area here, and we have some meetings up there, of course, and then the National Driving Championship, and also the Legends Day that they do there. It's famous.
Love it. All the, of course, top drivers throughout the years, John Campbell and Billy O'Donnell, and hopefully Wally Hennessy can make it, and they all get together for that one special day a year, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to being there. Now, you're not my travel partner. You're not coming with me this year.
I'll maybe text you, see how you're doing.
Okay. Stay on top. All right, there's a look at the 5 right now as we're back out in the track for the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots. We're rolling here at Summerside tonight. Stormy's Hush Money. Mark Campbell doing the driving for Donnie Milligan tonight, and Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick, and always some great players and guests that are tuning in there from St. John. Nice to have you tuning in tonight. Makes her first stakes assignment this year. 3-year-old filly by Blood Money. There were 4 Blood Money sired horses in this race. 3 now, the one that's scratched. But coming into the action here, Campbell's had a great week. He leads the standings right now at the Basil Whalen.
Yeah, we'll update that a little bit later on here tonight. I'm going to take a little bit of a swing here, Lee, just because Mark's down on this horse. June 24th, Mark did the driving here in Summerside. You can see on this horse, left 2, sat mid-pack most of the way. Then they fired home in 29, second by half a length. All bets on Lee, 59-3. And Mark was in the bike on that day. So the last start was good as well, July 12th. Winners 1-2, leaving 5, finishing 4th. But you got to look closer at the chart line. 4th by 3/4 of a length. They were all there in a blanket finish. And Stormy's Hush Money wasn't that far away, 58-3, 29-3. So yeah, we'll take a bit of a swing here on the 5 at 7-1.
All right, there's a look at the 3 right now. 8-5 choice on the board. Still got time left. This could have been a lady. Paul Angel driving and training tonight for Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCackran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams in the ownership group. And this filly would be tough to beat in here. I love that closing quarter in 27-4 over Summerside, Peter. And she said her picture taking more than the rest in here, too.
Yeah, back tier there. It was a good start. Was able to tuck in and all the way finished 3rd, only beaten 2 1/4. And like you said, that was a good last closing quarter of a snappy 27-4 to chart, and 58-3 behind Tobin's CoverGirl and Salzbrook Fancy. And the one prior to that, she was a winner here in Summerside on Canada Day, tracked in the pocket most of the way, got up to win by half a length, 58-3, closed home 29-4. So yeah, good spot to work from. Good driver in Langell, 2-1.
So last call to place your bets here on the 12th race. There's the two, Rose Knows Money, Corey McPherson, driving tonight for trainer George Renison and the estate of Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia. And McPherson posted a win with her in the overnight. Truro moves back into stakes action tonight, has the speed to go with this group and draws inside.
Yeah, the lines show that this horse likes to leave, so I'm thinking Corey's going to be uphanded the action here, especially with the one out now. So Corey gets the inside draw here, and if we look at Lennox Irish Stake B, you can see was on the front end, third, just beating half a length. The next start in Truro, again left post 6 front, finished third, and then last time out stepped it up to the Stanfield, finished fourth, 57-2. But the lines show she likes to be uphanded the action. We'll see what Corey does now from post 1 with the one out tonight.
Summerside Chrysler Dodge is a proud supporter of Prince County Hospital Foundation, is hosting their annual Grassroots and Cowboy Boots fundraiser on September the 12th. And to date, this has raised over $24 million for the local hospital here. Call Summerside Chrysler Dodge to purchase tickets, and you could go home a Jeep winner. Countdown clock's in for race 12. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Rose Knows Money. Could have been a lady. Trouble is here. Stormy's Hush Money. Blood Magic. Starship Sundancer. It's the 12th race of division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Rose Knows Money. She's handed the lead getting out here in the 12th. Second is Could Have Been a Lady coming up third. Stormy's Hush Money off stride there in the backfield. That is Starship Sundancer. By the 8th pole, led by Rose Knows Money. Short-lived. Langell right lines. Could Have Been a Lady, and she takes over top spot and opens by 2. Rose Knows Money is second. Stormy's Hush Money third. Racing fourth. That's Trouble Is Here. Fifth is Blood Magic. In the backfield, Starship Sundancer the trailer. They arrived at the opening quarter in 29-4. Midway round the paddock turn, they're led by Could Have Been a Lady. She has a 2-length lead on Rose Knows Money. Stormy's Hush Money comes out of the turn third. Trouble Is Here fourth. Moving to the outside fifth, that is Blood Magic. Then the trailer is Starship Sundancer. They're halfway home in the 12th. Could Have Been a Lady, the midway point leader. She arrived there in 1 minute and 1/5. Rose Knows Money around the turn is second. Stormy's Hush Money third. Up into fourth is Blood Magic. Trouble Is Here fifth. And Starship Sundancer sixth. They're going to 3/4. Could Have Been a Lady continuing to lead. Rose Knows Money. There goes Stormy's Hush Money sent to the outside third. Blood Magic fourth. Trouble Is Here fifth. And Starship Sundancer sixth. 1:29-3. The 3/4. New leader with 1/8 of a mile to go. Stormy's Hush Money. In at the rail. Could Have Been a Lady second. Up for third. Blood Magic. Down the stretch they come. Could Have Been a Lady. Stormy's Hush Money now takes over and will win in line to Mark Campbell. Could Have Been a Lady was second. Blood Magic is up for third. And the time for the mile, 1:59 flat. There goes the inquiry sign now in the 12th. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry. Judges' inquiry involves the break on 4. Trouble is here at the finish.
Okay, here's a look at Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 12 tonight. And Stormy's Hush Money. Peter, you said in the pre-race that you're going to take a bit of a swing here. This filly set off at 5-1, and she gets it done for you tonight on top of your ticket for her first win of 2026.
Yeah, I liked her just on the driver change to Mark here tonight. That line 4 down where Mark drove her really well. Second, just beaten half a length at 59-3. So Paul cuts it. We thought he'd be up into the action. 29-4, 1 minute 1. Mark pops out of the 3-hole on the backside, and they hook up down the lane through 129-3. Momentum was on the side of Stormy's Hush Money late as she gets there in the end. For Campbell, nice value play here. Stormy's Hush Money and Campbell. They win race number 12. They're back in the Woodmere Standard Red Winner Circle next.
There goes Stormy's Hush Money to the Woodmere Standard Bred Winners Circle from the 12th race. A pacing filly 3, the daughter of Blood Money, is off the articulator dam. Shy Artie, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick. Bred by Wayne Watson and Will Chapwin of New Brunswick. Trained by Donnie Milligan. Mark Campbell adds to his Basil Whalen standings here for race day week. Has his 4th winner for the Grand Slam. The filly has a new record, 159. Stormy's Hush Money and the Mark Campbell quadruple in the PEI Colt Stakes with the Winner's Circle presentation. Results of the judges' inquiry here in the 12th. For Trouble is here, finished 4th and will be placed 5th for a lap-down break at the finish. Now the official result in the 12th, Nevaeh Divine was scratched. Rose Nose Money 6. Could have been a lady 2nd. Trouble is here, finished 4th, placed 5th for a lap-down break at the finish. Stormy's Hush Money, the race winner. Blood Magic finished 3rd. Starship Sundancer finished 5th, was placed 4th. 29-4. 1 minute 1. 129-3. And the mile at 159. In review after the placing, scratch 6-2, 5-1, 3-4. Stormy's Hush Money, 1270 to win. Exactor 4580, Triactor 12660, Superfecta was 3587.
So there you have the official results from race number 12, and we're working on the 13th coming up next. Race Day Live continues in Summerside tonight. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee on the Race Day broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will take us through the last few races on the card here tonight. It's been an action-packed card, and the race announcer reunion.
Yeah.
Fantastic night.
Great night overall. Thanks to Greg Blanchard and Sugar Doyle for their calls from London, Ontario, and all the guys that joined us on track here tonight. Rocky Skierman did a great job in organizing this.
Yes.
Red Shores pitched in. Thanks to Vance as well, again, for letting the guys do the calls tonight. Just a great night all around here in Summerside.
Kevin Boomer Gallant and, of course, Joey Mills back on the desk, and Alan McDonald as well. All right, let's give you an update on the Basil Whalen Memorial. The top drivers here during Governor's Plate Week, and Mark Campbell, he's put a little distance in here. It's always been a close competition, but Mark leading the way with 13 wins now. Paul Langell is second with 9.
Yeah, Mark with 4 wins tonight. Like you said, he's on top right now. Corey McPherson is third with 8, and then we have a tie for 4th. Kenny Murphy and Gilles Barriot both with 5 wins. But Mark leads with 13 wins, and he's got a shot in the next one coming up here in race number 13.
So let's roll in the picks here. We can actually see a theme, and why not? Peter McPhee leading things off here. Atlantic Postcal's paddock cam there for you. Windermere Sky. Boy, I tell you, this filly is absolutely incredible, and we're going to get a chance to see her tonight during Governor's Plate Week, and she's coming on the track next. That's your top choice.
Yeah, looking for 17 straight wins. She was 12 for 12 last year, 4 for 4 this year, and she'll certainly be the choice here tonight, trying to extend the winning streak. Do like the 5 here, Salzburg Desi for part of it, Langelo Drive, and the 4 Elm Grove Uncanny for Kenny Murphy. So I'm at 2-5-4, post time picks and the classifier both at 2-4 and 5.
Eighth division of the PEI Colt Stakes for the 13th race post parade, going for blood number 1. Owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. The undefeated 2, Windermere Sky, owned by Windermere Farm, Springvale, Matt Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Uptown Tonight 3, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, Miles Heffernan Sr. drives. Elm Grove Uncanny, number 4, owned by Joe Baxter of Kensington, Iris Riley of Summerside. Joe does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. 5 is Salzburg Desi, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained by Danny Romo. Note the driver changed to Paul Langell. Baker's Dozen, number 6, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections here in race number 13 on the program. And I'm going to the 2 as I thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. Windermere Sky, guys, what can we say about her? She's absolutely incredible. She's 16 for 16. Can she get the track record? Yes. Does she have to go for it? No. The track record is 54-4, and we have 3 fillies tied in that department. I like the 4 Elm Grove Uncanny for the deuce. I went to the 5 Baker's Dozen, and I closed it out with the 3 Uptown Tonight. 2, 4, 5, 3. Here in the 13th. Gentlemen, your choices.
Well, I'm matching strides with the Vance. I'm working on the 2, 4, and 5 in here with the 3-year-old fillies in the Gold Division. I just want to say about Windermere Sky, you know, I was at the O'Brien Awards, and it's nominated for 2-year-old filly of the year last year at the O'Brien Awards, and spoke fondly of her on the red carpet, and she really did grab a lot of headlines last year, and she's doing it again this year. But, you know, there was an interview in the red carpet piece there where this filly could go with any of the top fillies fillies anywhere, and she really does have that pedigree in there that, every time she steps on the racetrack, she really grabs the headline, and, good for her. She'll be on top until she's not.
We're talking about anywhere in Canada, really.
That's right.
Go up against the best of the best there, and again, she proved it last year, going 12 for 12, up over 124,000 in earnings, a record of 53 and 3. So again, back into her 3-year-old campaign. She's already 4 for 4, 54 and 3 at Truro, and again, looking for 17 in a row here from post 2. Again, I'll put her on top as well with the 5 and the 4, just a little bit different from you guys. I'll go with Salzburg Desi and Elm Grove Uncanny. Getting set for race number 13 tonight from Redshores and Summerside. As the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Going for Blood, Windermere Sky, Uptown Tonight, Elm Grove Uncanny, Salisbrook Desi, Baker's Dozen. Horses are all in behind the starting gate. Gate swings around the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. Post time. Off and pacing Uptown Tonight, the first one out. Second along the inside is Going for Blood. Windermere Sky will round the turn from third. Coming up fourth, that's Elm Grove Uncanny. Away fifth up the inside, Salisbrook Desi and the early trailer, Baker's Dozen. Here comes Windermere Sky on to take over the lead. In line to Mark Campbell. Uptown Tonight goes second, racing from third. That's Going for Blood. Elm Grove Uncanny is settled up fourth. Salisbrook Desi races fifth, and Baker's Dozen sixth. They arrive at the quarter in 28 and 4 around the paddock turn in straight alignment. The undefeated filly out in front, Windermere Sky and Mark Campbell tracking second. That is Uptown Tonight. Going for Blood third. That's Elm Grove Uncanny fourth. Fifth is Salisbrook Desi, trailing the field six. Baker's Dozen at the midway point. Windermere Sky have them halfway home in 58 and 4. Over to the 5/8 in straight alignment, chasing Windermere Sky. In the 2-hole, it's Uptown Tonight. Third on the outside, Going for Blood's underway, moving up fourth. Elm Grove Uncanny. Fifth at the rail, that's Salisbrook Desi. On the outside, Baker's Dozen moving sixth. Arriving at 3/4, Windermere Sky getting the field there. Going for Blood is moved up second. 3/4 up in 1:28 flat with an eighth of a mile left to go. Windermere Sky puts her undefeated streak on the line. She's clear by 2. Going for Blood second. Elm Grove Uncanny third. On the wire, she's still perfect, and here she is, Windermere Sky. Mark Campbell gets his 5th winner on this night, and the time for the mile, 1:56 flat.
Well, here is the Universal Media slow-mo for you through the stretch here. Windermere Sky, perfect in 2025 and perfect in 2026. Peter, she just is so special and does it so easily. Gets through the stretch here, just under wraps. Amazing.
Yeah, looked great again here tonight. Mark didn't panic, got to the front through that opening split of 28 and 4, and it was pretty much over at that point. 58 and 4, she's on top. The backside was 128, and here she is down the stretch with win number 17 in a row in her career. 156 flat for Windermere, Sky, and Campbell. They go all the way at Redshores, Summerside, and they're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner Circle next.
Here's Perfection in front of the grandstand from the 13th race. That's number 2, Windermere Sky. Bay-facing filly. 3 years, a daughter of Somewhere Fancy. Off the Mr. Big Dam Hamac Missy. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford. Bred by Windermere Farms. Trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell's having another great night at the local oval. That's his 5th winner on the program. The mile in 1:56 flat. Windermere Sky, 17 for 17 as she captures a division of the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the 13th. Going for Blood, 3rd. Windermere Sky, the winner. Uptown Tonight, 5th. Elm Grove Uncanny was 2nd. Salzburg Desi, 6th. Baker's Dozen, 4th. 28-4. 58-4. 128. And the mile in 1:56. In review, 315. 264. Windermere Sky 210. Exactor 290. Triactor 810. Superfactor 264.
All right, there you have the official payouts for race number 13. We're working on the 14th here next in Summerside. Race Day Live continues. Nice to have you part of the broadcast tonight, wherever you may be. Maybe you're here on track. Maybe you're tuned in from around the globe. We certainly do appreciate it. We do have race number 14 coming up next, and there is an equipment change on 6. Malevolent will add earplugs to the equipment card here tonight, so earplugs on the 6 for race number 14. Now, we talked about all this week with the special HPI promotions, Peter, that's been going on. Well, we have another one here. You can enter it for a $250 cash deposit by wagering in Redshores Summerside. You can earn a ballot by wagering $25 or more per card, all during Governor's Plate Week. And, of course, that wraps up tomorrow with Plate 58, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And for that HPI play, you must opt in to be eligible for the promotion. Bet anywhere with HPIBet.com. And by the way, you can now go to the App Store and download it. And if you spend $100 in the first month, they'll put $100 back in.
Pretty good deal.
Pretty good deal. All right, let's slide in the picks here for race number 14. There's only 2 races left here. Peter McPhee having a good night at the office, Peter. And you are leaning on Malevolent here, who adds the earplugs as your top choice.
Yeah, I am going to go to Malevolent, dropping down a little bit here, 2 back. He was a winner from Post 4 there, 53-3, 29-3. So I'll go to him as we go to the post break.
Condition pacers on the 14th race parade. Almost Amos won. Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary. Darla does the training. Tonight, Adam Murner. Brookdale J. Mac 2 on the Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Kenny Murphy. Katie's Bet 3 owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training. Jason Hughes up. Navalny 4 owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet driving. Five Melody Maker Ryan DeRoss driving for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Malevolent number 6, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Pyrenees Hanover is the 7, owned by Charles Goodrow, Maxine and Daniel Goodrow. Charles does the training. Maxine is in the driver's seat. And you have 3 minutes to post time. Fans and customers are reminded of Happy Hour tomorrow from 3 to 5 right here at Redshores, Summerside.
Okay, so the action continues here in Summerside tonight, and we have race number 14. It's the last daily double, races 14 and 15, exacta, 20-cent superfecta and tractor wagering. You always tag your ticket on track here with the wild horses, and there is your top choice there. Malevolent coming into action here for Paul Langell, who's the trainer and the driver tonight. Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell share the ownership papers on this 4-year-old. So coming in here, had to step up against the big boys there, and it was holding his own. And we all know that jump of 3 to 4 can be hard, so sometimes it takes a few starts to get back to refit, but this guy is fast, very fast.
Yeah, again, as you said, last year in his 3-year-old campaign, 7 wins from 14 starts, 52 and 3. So the transition, like you said, can be tough at some points. But again, he's been against the preferred ones there, 5th on the edges, 54 and 2 to B2B and Blood Money. He was a winner then in the PIA Colt Gold division there, July 4th. Nice win, 53 and 3, 29 and 3. And then last time out, a good group in Charlottetown, the 28-51 level, leaving 6th, first up, finished 6th, 56 and 1. But look over TH Boomtown, DJ Mustang, Hunter Zero. So he's in against a good group there. He makes the transition to Summerside tonight and dropping down. Hard to win from the outside, but we're going to go to him here tonight. Malevolent, now 2 to 1.
Well, things start to cool down a little bit here tonight on this Friday night in Summerside, but the action's going to be hot for the next 2 races here, and it's going to be hot tomorrow night, too. There's a rail sitter, Almost Amos here, and Anna Murner driving for Darla McCachran, who also co-owns with Zoe McCachran. And coming into the action here tonight, should be a factor in off the rail. Darla McCachran trains Governor's Plate finalist Doc Awesome tomorrow night, so that's going to be special. And she's closing in at about 140 lifetime starts as a trainer. So coming in here tonight with this rail sitter, 2 to 1, another good choice on this horse.
I like the start on Canada today, the 24-51 level here in Summerside. Left off the rail, was tucked in the entire trip, and you can see was actually flying down the lane, 28 and 3, second by half a length to Brookdale Johnny, 155 the charter trip. Jason Hughes did the driving on that day, but that's the line that jumps off the page for me, is that one back on Canada today, 24-51 level on the rail. So back in tonight at the 20-51 level on the rail here tonight. Murner to drive, Almost Amos, 8 to 5.
There's a look at Navalny, just sort of tracking the gate here with Brady Sweet. Some horses, they like to keep calm there and just sort of track along to the gate, so they'll be called in here soon. Dale and Ronnie Rennie of Elmsdale own this 8-year-old, and Jeff Holmes is the trainer. He likes to call the shots here, Peter, and likes to bust the gate, so he can do that. Post 4 at Summerside is tied with the rail with a 21.8 win percentage at Summerside with data provided by Standard Canada, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this guy on the point.
Yeah, 3 down there, 12:51s. That's exactly what happened. He shoots off the wings and goes right down the highway to win. 54 flat, 28 and 3. The one on the 4th was good as well. He was on the front. 3rd to DJ Mustang was racing really well. And then last time out, he tried it from post 5, but he got the cold shoulder, and you can see he was out a long way. Ended up 8th, 56 and 4. So yeah, he likes to zip the wings. We'll see what happens here tonight for Brady Sweet and Navalny. 8-1.
It's post time. Starter calls the horses. Countdown clock is in. They're behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Almost Amos. Brookdale J. Mack, Katie's Bet, Navalny, Melody Maker, Malevolent, Pyrenees, Hanover. Top of the stretch. Fourteenth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Navalny leaving out Brookdale J. Mack, and up the rail, that's Almost Amos, the 3rd one to make the turn. Coming up 4th, Melody Maker. To get away 5th is Katie's Bet. Then the 6th one, Malevolent, and at the back in the early going, Pyrenees Hanover. Along the backstretch for the first time to the quarter. And up front, Navalny, and Brady Sweet is the leader. Racing from 2nd, Brookdale J. Mack. Almost Amos 3rd. That is Melody Maker. You're going to have to keep coming now and rushing up to challenge the leader off at 28 seconds flat opener. And here is Melody Maker on the outside. Up to challenge Navalny for the lead. Off the turn they come. They're headed to the half mile. They're to it and at it. At it and to it here in the front end. Melody Maker on the outside. Navalny is 2nd. Racing from 3rd is Brookdale J. Mack. Almost Amos is 4th. Oh, they were at the half mile. 55, 3. Boom! Just like that, they went 27 and 3 in the 2nd quarter. Wow, we got a late brouhaha. They're 3 wide, and they're going to 3 quarters. Brookdale J. Mack, the farthest one out, takes over the lead. Navalny now 2nd, Almost Amos 3rd. Malevolent is coming 4th. 3 quarters in 1:24 and 1/8 of a mile out. Malevolent powers up on the outside for the lead. Brookdale J. Mack is now 2nd. Coming late on the outside, Almost Amos. It's Malevolent on the line. Doubling up Paul Angel. Brookdale J. Mack will hold 2nd. Almost Amos rallied in 3rd. Time for the mile, 1:50:30. Flat.
All right, here's the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 14 tonight. We talked about Malevolent in the pre-race here, and he was at the back, closing hard down the backstretch there at the three-quarters, Peter. And as we said, this guy can really close, and your top choice delivers tonight.
Yeah, I liked him again on the drop here tonight. He's a real nice horse coming off a big 3-year-old campaign. It's tough to go to your 4-year-old year, but I liked him on the drop here tonight, and he loved those front-end fractions between Navalny and Melody Maker, 28, 55, and 3. And Langell thinking, I got these guys up the backside. He moved Malevolent, and he just starts to fly. Powers through 124 and 1 down the stretch for a nice win in 153 flat. Malevolent and Langell win the 14th. Back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's Malevolent going to the 14th race, Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Pacing round Geldy. 4 years the son of Militias is off the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. Home with Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, bred by Gary McPherson of PEI. Paul Langell training and driving. Paul's second driving victory for the double. Excellent trip tonight. Stopping the clock in 1:53. Malevolent in the 14th. Now the official results from the 14th. Almost Amos third. Brookdale J. Mack was second. Katie's Bet fifth. Navalny fourth. Melody Maker sixth. Malevolent was the race winner. Pyrenees Hanover finished seventh. The fractions 28, 55, and 3. 124 and 1. And the mile 153. In review, 325, 46, 17. Malevolent 380 to win. Exactor 2280, Triactor $33, and the silver factor was 788. 15th race on the track. Post-parade. 1 Dylan Sam. On by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan does the training. Brady Sweet up. Brookdale George 2 is owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Ryan DeRage. 3 is Max Patrick, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown, Jason Hughes. Cheeky Play 4, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey trains and drives. 5 is Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell driving. Number 6 is Payline, owned by Roderick Gillis of Florence, Nova Scotia. Roderick is the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. 7 is Century Invictus, owned by Matty Rogers of Summerside. Trained by James Barlow. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Number 8, Millennium Sealsters, owned by Emma Christoforou of Moffat, Ontario. Trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murder. 2 minutes to post time. Of course, we're coming back tomorrow night. It's Governor's Place 58 night, and it's 5 o'clock start time. And gentlemen, about 6 weeks ago, the organizers of Raceway Days and the parade asked me to be the parade marshal. Well, I'm in a bit of a fix. Do I wear the cowboy hat, or do I go back 150 years with the black top hat?
Gosh, I don't know. That's a big decision to make. Why don't you take both along? Parade route, they're going to see you for the first time. One time they'll see you in the cowboy hat. Next time they'll see you in the fedora.
Nice suggestion, Mr. Drake.
And then you'll have pictures all around. It'll be perfect. Super high five. You'll do a great job at that. What an honor that is too, Vance, for that parade and part of the 150th. It's really something special.
Excellent.
All right, there's your super high five tickets here. Peter McPhee working on the 3s, going with Max Patrick at the top of your ticket here, Peter.
Yeah.
Up against Vance's top choice, which is your second choice, Cheeky Play. So this should be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it'll be good. Our first 2 choices are just flipped there. So I'm at a 3, 4, 5, 1, and 8. Vance next door, 4, 3, 6, 1, and 5 as we wrap up a great Friday night in Summerside with the late super high five.
You know, speaking of parades, I have to tell you this story. So when you think of that, so I remember the days when Kickin' Country would be on the parade float, right?
Okay.
And I mean, really, your songbook would only have to be 3 or 4 songs because you're reaching new people every time you go around, you know.
Sure, around the block. Yeah.
So while you're going down the parade route, it's a new audience all the time. You can actually get away with doing 2 songs when you think of it. 4 songs each by the time they're rolling, right?
You had all the tricks back in the day.
Back in the day. Anyway, it should be fun. This has been. Rocky was telling me there's a location just next door here which is jam-packed of history. So if you're coming up tomorrow for the Governor's Play program presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, take a walk next door and see the display there because there's a lot of great history laid out.
Certainly, like we've been talking about all week, 150 years of racing here in Summerside, and lots of great history. And we had lots of great chats and memories tonight with all the guys from the Race Announcers Reunion Night. So thanks to everybody for participating. It's been a great night all around.
So post-time picks in this race here. Nick Oakes is the author tonight. He's working on a 3-1-4 and classifies choice here 3, 4, and 5. So lots of different selections here for you as you get ready to go as we wrap things up in Summerside tonight for the 15th. So we'll make our way home here tonight and get tucked into our Lobster Carnival pajamas and then get ready to go for tomorrow. Post time here at 5. The Appy Hour starts at 3. as you get your favorite spot here and get ready to go for an action-packed night of racing leading up to Plate 58. Countdown clock is in for the 15th. It's the final race on this Friday night, and they're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
Dylan, Sam, Brookdale, George, Max Patrick, Cheeky Play. Brookdale, Jim, Payline. Century Invictus, Millennium Sealster on the grandstand side to close it out. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Super high five finale. Post time. Off and pacing Dylan Sam at the rail. Alongside is Brookdale George. Third one to the turn, Max Patrick. Up the inside, fourth is Cheeky Play. Century Invictus on the outside, fifth. Brookdale Jim away, sixth. Payline is seventh, followed by the trailer. Millennium Sealster on the backstretch, led by Dylan Sam and Brady Sweet. Here comes his stablemate, Max Patrick, now from the outside, and he's headed to the lead. Max Patrick takes over for the Blue Knight U's. Second is Dylan Sam, racing from third. Brookdale George, 28. And 4 was the quarter. Century Invictus on the outside, fourth. Now in fifth, Cheeky Play. Payline is moving up sixth. Seventh is Brookdale Jim. And trailing the field, that is Millennium Sealster. Backfield well in motion as they arrive at the half mile. Max Patrick halfway home is the post-time favorite. Out all the way, Century Invictus on the outside. At the rail, Dylan Sam, 58. And 4 was the half. Racing around the turn, arriving at 5-8. It's Max Patrick, the leader. Second is Dylan Sam. Up the inside and racing from third. That is Brookdale George. Now in fourth. Along the inside, Cheeky Play. Century Invictus starting to tire between horses, fifth. Payline out there 3 wide with Millennium Sealster and Brookdale Jim. 3/4. That's completed. And Max Patrick was there in 127 and 4. His stablemate Dylan Sam hanging top second. On the outside, Brookdale George as the longest shot on the board, third. Cheeky Play up the inside, fourth. To the wire they come next. It's Max Patrick and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes to close it out. Dylan Sam trying to hold second against Cheeky Play. And the time for the mile, 1:56.2.
Okay, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 15 tonight. Congratulations, Peter, on the late pick 4 there. Good
we were
work.
talking about it. It's hard to do.
It is.
But got it done here tonight. A couple of value plays in there, too, Lee.
Yeah, excellent. But there's a look at Max Patrick. I'm not sure if trainer Alan Gregory got the 1-2 punch in here, but he certainly got this guy at 1-2 odds here, and Hughes put him on the point, and boy, it looked good in the stretch here. Gets it done for his second win of the campaign.
I really like this guy, Lee. He had 5 wins last year, 55 and 2. He had a nice win in Summerside here last time out, 56 and 4. He bumps up the ladder. Jason wastes no time, popping out of the 3-hole early. He wants to boss it. He thinks he has the best horse, and he does. 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 127 and 4, and here he is at the wire, 156 and 2. Max Patrick closing it out at Redshores Summerside on a Friday night. The Blue Knight and Max Patrick. They're back in the Woodmere Standardbred Winner Circle next.
watching Max Patrick on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 15th. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Sports Rider off the Real Desire Dam. Greenwich Girl, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown, bred by Werribee Farm and Julie Yeager. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes will guide him to victory tonight. The mile in 1:56 and 2. Max Patrick in the Super High Five. Now the official results in the 15. Dylan Sam was second. Brookdale George fourth. Max Patrick the winner. Cheeky Play third. Brookdale Jim was eighth. Payline finished seventh. Century Invictus was sixth. Millennium Sealster fifth. Fractions of 28 and 4. 58 and 4. 127 and 4. And the mile 156 and 2. From the top, your program reads 241-387-65. Max Patrick paid $310 to win. The exactor $12.70. The triactor $33. The late daily double returning $6.60. And the super high five that is yet to be posted. This will wrap up our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. The Par Mutual handle, it's a track record, $219,019. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.